Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Switching over to live chat, setting a goal. It was a good day. It was a good day yesterday. So let me set this up. Let me drink some caffeine. So, just sharing what I did yesterday. I did a 9:15 a.m. call with a lawyer, going over the preliminary stuff for setting up a will. That way, I will be protecting my family via trust. God forbid I get knocked out. Then, what was the other thing? I went to a printer store and I printed out a bunch of documents that were necessary both for the VA and for the mortgage. I sent the mortgage documents where they needed to be in order to be signed properly so that I could submit that to the mortgage company. That way I can delineate my finances between me and the ex wife. And then the last thing was I went to the VA. Now, the VA does take its sweet time, basically seeing people because they're so backed up. But I did get specifically documentation for my neck and shoulders submitted. I do need to submit some additional documentation for some other related issues that I didn't have the documentation for. But that's about it. So, oh, and then after that, all that said and done, that literally took until like 4. And then I had a date with a young lady in about an hour away. And so I went on that date. We went to a speakeasy. We had a couple of mixed beverages, some liquor beverages that were fancy pants. And then we walked around that city. We had a flight of beers, a smash burger, French fries. We hung out, we yapped, and then yeah, that was it. So I mean, all in all, it was a pretty gosh darn good day. Pretty good day. Jen Winkler says, "Yo, good morning, Jen Winkler. Good to see you." Randy, I will change my slutty photo too. By the way, I'm gonna zoom it in. I'm gonna zoom it in so you can see my pretty face more. Randy Chang says, "Good morning, nerds. Good morning, Randy Chang. Good to see you." Conservative Liberalism says, "First like reporting in 07. I did change over to live chat. Conservative Liberalism. Thank you for the reminder." Looking slim, Booby Bear. I still need to work a little bit more on my fitness. This week, I didn't get to lift just because I was recovering from shenanigans. But next week, I'm going to get back into. Next week, I'm going to get back into lifting for sure. Jen Winkler says so much adulting. True. And necessary adulting, by the way. Necessary adulting. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Amen. Good to see you, well, QC John. Conservative Liberalism says, amen. Jen Winkler says, and may Hannah Barron fill your algorithm. Who's Hannah Barron? Unfamiliar. Should I Google Hannah Barron real quick? Because I'm pretty sure there's some popular TV show about two young women figuring out their lives in college. And basically, oh, I know who Hannah Barron is. She's the chick who catches catfish with her bare hands. Yeah, dude, Hannah Barron is fine. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead. I'll permit a little bit of gooning. I'll permit a little bit of gooning. It's not what I thought it was going to be, but it is somebody who deserves to be admired. Okay, so this is Hannah Barron, who should be known. Let me move out of the way. She should be known for being a total psychopath who goes into dirty, muddy rivers and catches like 80-pound catfish with her bare goddamn hands. It's like absolutely psychotic. But what she's also known for is, I don't know if her boobs are real or not. I don't know. They look a little bit too perky to be real to me. They look a little bit fake. But she is like built, dude. She has a rockin' body that's kind of crazy pants. Yeah, so she's like half she's like a little masculine, but she's masculine in a way that I think is extremely attractive. Like she doesn't look like a bodybuilder dude. She just looks like a fit chick. So yeah, Hannah Barron is fine as fuck. Good point, Jen Winkler. Excellent point, Jen Winkler. If we were gonna goon this morning, that is an appropriate goon. Good job, Jen. Oh, all right. eDreamcast says, hello, Connor. Always a pleasure to be here. Sorry in advance if I repeat myself. I don't know if you answered in your previous streams. I don't see your previous question. I am in live chat. Go ahead and ask your question again, eDreamcast, if I already missed it. Curious random question. What's your sign? Oh, Sagittarius. I'm a November baby. Hannah Barron Simp stream. Let's go. True. Yeah. No, Hannah Barron is very attractive. Very scarily attractive. So, yeah. Simp stream? No, we're not going to spend the entire stream simping for Hannah Barron. I just think she's an attractive lady. Yeah, it's called noodling. Yeah, I know. That is crazy. I would never have the balls to do that. I would never have the balls to jump into a muddy river filled with catfish, alligators, and crocodiles and jam my arms into catfish holes in the clay walls of a river, hoping that a giant toothless fish swallows my arm so I can wrap my hand through its gill and then drag an 80-pound creature out of a fucking muddy river. That is truly psychotic. That is like she's hot, but there is absolutely something wrong with her. So, biggest catfish I've ever caught was 23 pounds. They grow them big down south. I agree, and they're mudfish too. They're mudfish. So it's not the best eaten. Like if you're in the south and you need to eat, you do you. But geez. Every single cisgender hetero male judges the penises in their corn. Y'all are on a spectrum of gay. Get over it. Sure. I will make this point, though. There was a... obviously, you guys are all degenerates, right? Most of you are degenerates. And so as a result, you guys try to normalize like crazy sexual behavior around me at all times and try to pretend that it's normal. And I have to fight back with you all the time because I actually sometimes spend some time in the real world around real people. And one of the things that happened after I broke up with Melissa was I was thinking to myself, it's like, well, it is true that cis heteronormativity has taken over culture and that bisexuality was a lot more common back in the day with the pagans. And so, have I been repressing my bisexuality? Is there a part of me that's actually bisexual? I'm very lonely right now. Could I date a man? And the answer was a resounding no. I am not interested. There's like, I joke about being homosexual with Henry Cavill because he's obviously undeniably the world's most handsome man, and he's into Warhammer, and he seems like a nice guy. But the chances of me being attracted to a dude are very, 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 very low. Sorry to my bisexual audience. Eating catfish is what caused me to stop eating catfish. Yeah. Or eating fish in general. Yeah. For me, it's pretty much like salmon or bust. Like salmon is good. Some like crab is good. Shrimp's good. Tuna can be good in some circumstances, but you have to cook it right. Tuna, just like seared tuna is kind of it's not that good. It's okay. It's not that great. It's kind of tough. Ahi tuna's better, but still brutal. Brutal. Catfish does taste like garbage. If you smoke them right, it's tolerable, but I'd rather eat any other fish. They're just fun to catch. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. No, I think Connor's a degen. I'm not that big of a degen. I could be worse. I could be substantially worse. Grassroots Hegemon says, my 86% purity foundations gets fucked in a Hannah Barron context. True. Yeah. Our degeneracy is on a sliding scale. Our degeneracy does depend on the level of attractiveness of the people that we're surrounded with. Open your mind and mouth. No. But you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, if you're Henry Cavill, there's a chance. Dumpster Buzzard for $5 says, it's pile season, homies. Yeah. What was funny about that was, who was it? Somebody put in a super chat with like 4 porn actresses and Doobie, and he omitted the last name of the pornographic actresses and named them all. And then, what was it? Omitted the last name of the pornographic actresses, and then called them all dick riders, including Doobie. And I accidentally guessed every single last name correct for the pornographic actresses. Whoops. Being bisexual is the only requirement to being a mod on this channel. I don't think it's a requirement, but I do think it correlates. John is a little gay. You just got to get a couple of dozen beers in him first. Yeah, there you go. eDreamcast says, to be honest, whoever says that everyone is bi, I feel like it's just way for down low men to stay down low. No. I don't think anybody said that everyone is bi. But if you look at like the pagan world, if you look at the Greeks and the Romans, it seems like their culture was more bisexual than our current culture. I think our culture does emphasize cis heteronormativity. So the question is whether or not there's a substantial amount of bisexual people who are denying their bisexual impulses in order to be quote unquote normal. I am pretty straight. You know, sexuality is a spectrum, but I'm pretty goddamn straight. To be honest, whoever says that everyone is bi, yeah. Walleye is king, but there's a ton of panfish that's good eating. I'd rather eat northern pike than a catfish. Interesting. I'm not a fish aficionado, so I don't know as much. 556583 says catfish breaded and fried with vinegar is best. Correct, but anything fried is typically going to be pretty gosh darn good. You know, and that's my problem with like covering things in sugar and frying them, is it's not necessarily the thing that tastes good. It's the exterior coating of sugar, fat, and oil that tastes good. And then that's just like a coating in order to be able to eat it. You know what I'm saying? So that's where if somebody's like, oh yeah, it's not that good, but it's fried. Like when it's fried, it's awesome. I'm like, well, that's because it's fried, not because it itself is good. So Rodney Hobbs says, I like catfish, but maybe I'm weird, black biased, and I like all the things that fam fed me. Yeah. For sure. There's something to be said for like soul food. Oftentimes, like maybe I'm revealing my whiteness, but I think you guys knew that I was white. Soul food for me is good in its context, but I would never pick it first. You know what I'm saying? I would never pick it first. Bellrunner for 5 says, can you slot in Conduit's next video teaser? I'll DM it. Sure. Let's take a look at that. I think we still got a couple of minutes before Ryan Mullally is available. Yep, all good. Let me get my setup ready. Cool beans. All right, let me go ahead and pull up. Let me pull up the preview.
The reason why...
Ooh, previews in 2 hours. If we need something to do in 2 hours, we could do that. Let me get my OBS. Put it in here. Excuse me. Still waking up.
I'm showing you this is because I've explained my theory of electoralism. That's the reason why you have no idea what I've been up to using electoralism, wielding it as a weapon. Electoralism is not the end-all be-all. It's just one of the many readily available and perhaps a very viable option for change, especially in the interim. Because the only thing you hear from, if you only see the same people that we all know, like Yeet and, you know, Asmongold and all those other accounts. FSB connection aside, bro's doing some cool shit. He's like, down with USA. They show you an entirely separate reality. Like, I would love to go to Iran. Make no mistake. I think it'd be awesome. An entirely separate reality where it's just fucking drama. But if you're gonna do like down with America, you should say Mad Bad America. I don't know why he pussied out and he was like, down with America. You should just say, Merg bad Amerika, Merg bad Israel. He was like, down with America, down with the Zionists. Like, you know, it was just weak shit. All I'm getting into is drama where Asmongold is just like, oh, you fucking suck. Benjamin Netanyahu's not on Fox News, but on Dana Bash, CNN, ZNN. Oh, he's going to prison. And what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing on ZNN is directing American foreign policy. It's like a simulation. What gives?
Huh. I guess I need to become a member, huh? Yeah. Shout out to Conduit. He's a good egg. Shout out to Conduit. He's a good egg. And let me put call when ready to Ryan. Yeah, Conduit's a good egg, man. He does his essays, he suffers for the content, he suffers for his art. So maybe we'll scope that when we're done hanging out with Ryan for a little bit. Honey fried catfish especially. Well, there you go. You got sugar in the honey. You got fried with the fat, and then you got the catfish. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm sure it's great, but it's not the catfish. That's making it great. To be honest, any soul food I want to try, yeah, I mean, you should try it. I'm just saying oftentimes soul food is oftentimes crap that's cooked really, 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 really well. So like the starting ingredients are tough, but the actual ingredients themselves are pretty good. Ah, Jesus fuck, Mullally, today was starting so well. Well, you guys said that, well, at least some of you guys said, you wanted me to start doing more combos and debates or whatever, and Ryan and I have been contentious sometimes. Sometimes we're just agreeing that the left wing is a bunch of schizophrenic, sexual degenerates who love to rip each other to shreds and don't necessarily do, their best own political advocacy. You know, sometimes they're a little bit crazy, sometimes they're a little bit lunatics, right? But I can push him on when he goes a little bit too far and says that every single one of you guys is a commie. Hassan has a double chin. We all have double chins if you force it. So, the only solace in this video is that his friend's effing terrified face. You say that, but I think that guy agreed to do more political canvassing operations with Hassan. I could be incorrect. I think that guy's name is NM Poll. I do forget. I think he got divorced recently too. But NM Poll stated that he was going to be more politically active. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let me.
I'm Discord thing.
Yeah. We're both boomers, so we're both setting it up. All right. All right. Quick show before we get started. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got a memberships, if you got in parasocial. Love you. Thank you for being here. Old school for the two says Mullally is unironically awesome. Thank you, bud. Ryan, good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I think I've got the tech almost working on my side. There we go. Look at that.
Cool beans.
Fucking every time I have to do something on Discord, I forget how to do it.
Yeah, it's always fun. My audience always blames me for being a boomer, but when you stream or create content frequently, I swear to God, there will just be one or two buttons that F up like every 3 sessions, and if you don't pay attention to it, it'll ruin the content that you're trying to create, so it does suck. But
some fucking random setting updated, and it's a fucking nightmare.
Right.
Now you've got to figure out why it's not working. And
anyway, and then meanwhile your audience is yelling at you, and you're like, "It's not my fault. I literally have changed nothing. I've clicked the same buttons. It's not me. Jesus."
Dude, there was this fucking legendary segment where I did some Charlie Kirk stuff with Andrew Wilson, and then he generously rated over to me. So I had fucking almost 2,000 concurrent viewers in my chat, right? and I'm
Yeah.
answering supers, I mute myself and I just do 10 straight minutes of like deep legal analysis and responding to supers, fully muted. Like people are flipping out.
Yeah.
Um, at, at one point, fucking Andrew texts me. And because he's like, answer your phone, retard, because I'm not picking up the phone. I'm like, I'm live, buddy. Don't. And he's like, motherfucker, I know you're live. You're muted, you
You're
retard.
muted, dipshit. Yeah.
Like,
So some
it was
so
one
one
of
of
the
the
best.
things
It was
that's
fucking
actually kind of funny that you brought that up. So when you change scenes, like for instance, I'm like clicking on different scenes right now. When you change scenes, what your mute function from the previous time you were on that scene is still active. So if you change from one style to another style, but you muted yourself previously because you didn't want your audience to hear like your breathing or your mouth sounds while you were eating a snack or something, if you change scenes, then the mute function will still be there. I got caught by that half a dozen times, so yeah, absolutely. But
yeah, that's really. Hold on, I got one tech issue. I do. Sorry about that.
no, it's all good. And then Well QC John says to be split between my two online bosses, '07 sirs, and he gave me a super chat. Thank you, Well QC John. But it has been a while, man. So there's plenty to catch up on. I actually have to thank you for something. You made the preliminary hearing for the Charlie Kirk shooter very easy. I have some, or well, I have plural, I have several, but I have one in particular friend who is very smart. She's very smart, but she's kind of a lefty. And she was buying into like the conspiracy theories or whatever. And I just sent her your summary of the preliminary hearing with the overwhelming evidence against Tyler Robinson. And it cut through the bullshit. So thank you for that.
No, my pleasure, man. It's been crazy. Like the amount of conspiracy stuff out there is wild. And they play this weird game where they say stuff where they'll be like, "Oh, well, are you saying that you think it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty?" And it's like, "No, brother, the trial hasn't happened yet." Literally no one's saying that. What we're saying is that for people in law and in law enforcement who know what preliminary hearings are like and how little evidence you need to show probable cause to bring someone to trial, and it's a super low bar. The amount of evidence that they presented at this preliminary hearing is insane. It's so much evidence, and they're like, "Oh, well, how could you possibly think that there's overwhelming evidence this guy did it?" And you're like, well, he confessed multiple times. He was caught on video. He was caught on video on campus. His gun was found in the woods. It was the same caliber as the bullet that was used. He engraved it. They have testimony about the engraving. His DNA's on the gun. They found the rounds at his house. They were more engraved. There's target practice rounds at his house. Like you just go on and on and on, and the evidence is really compelling. Like, the state said this was going to be the easiest probable cause decision of the judge's life. And I think they're right. Like, this is not a tough one. And yet, you just have endless people out there who are like, but what about the Egyptian planes, Connor? Didn't you know that there were fucking Egyptian planes?
But like that's what I did when my friend was bringing up the more salacious conspiracy theories or whatever. I was like, hold on, what's your here's a narrative based off of the preliminary evidence, and I kind of went through what you were talking about, like the gun being the grandpa's and the engraving and the roommate and the this and the that. And I was like, what's your alternative narrative? And they're like, I don't have an alternative narrative. I just think there's holes in the story. And I was like, that's not, we kind of have to deal with reality as is, and we have to deal with probability. So, like, what is the probability that Israel, via Egyptian proxies, flew in, Mossad agents to convince Charlie Kirk's team? And by the way, Erica Kirk worked for Jean-Luc Brunel, who was Epstein's associate a decade ago. So really, Erica Kirk is like a deep state Zionist minder to keep Charlie Kirk on the pro-Zionist thing. And then because the person who rigged up Charlie Kirk's mic was also a Zionist TPUSA member, he rigged up a bomb in concert with Mossad intelligence to blow up his neck in front of like a few thousand people on live TV. And it's like, what's the probability of that versus the probability of Tyler Robinson shooting him? And it's like, for me, it's like 99.9999999 to 0.00000001, but people still want to fuck with that 0.000001.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's just a probability thing. Like very unlikely claims require a lot of evidence to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
And very likely claims require somewhat less evidence. Like the one that that always gets me stuck is I'll say something like, "Well, he confessed. He confessed. He said he did it, and in the confession, he said things that line up with the physical evidence."
Hmm.
And they're like, "Well, all that's planted." Like they did the
So why
text
is he
messages.
confessing?
Well, why is he confessing? But then they're like, well, no, the confessions were fake. Like they faked those and then they planted the evidence. And it's like, that's just extraordinarily unlikely. It's extraordinarily unlikely. And you have no evidence to suggest that's true. So why would I fuck with a
Because
theory that
Israel's
has no
bad.
evidence? Yeah.
No, that's somebody in my chat said it immediately. It's because of Israel. True, Israel's bad. That's literally it. It's like everything on the internet has to be connected through some way. So because, 80% of your brain has been sucked up by the Israel-Gazan conflict, Charlie Kirk was texting about how he was having a fallout with some Zionist backers. As a result, it had to be Israel that killed him. And I think that's, we're really dealing with I think some level of like delusion and schizophrenia and conspiratorial thinking and all that kind of stuff. But actually, here's an important question for it. How is the you and how do you think Andrew Wilson and the Crucible crew are faring in this environment where effectively like the more popular position is to give into the conspiracy theory thinking? So like Andrew's a popular guy. He's been on JRE a couple of times. He has good metrics, et cetera, et cetera. But he's still going up against Candace Owens, and Candace Owens is a fucking juggernaut.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, she's a juggernaut, and the people who are making money off this, like the Baron Colemans of the world, I mean, this is a dude he's getting like 20K concurrent viewers when he streams to do his investigations on YouTube, right? Like there's big money on that side, and it's hugely popular. But look, I think the JRE appearance in particular has been very effective. It's moved the needle, and you can tell it's moved the needle because suddenly Candace is like responding to Rachel on X, right? You know what I mean? So
Ooh.
like obviously this got attention, so
All
that's
right.
useful. And then in terms of like the broader politics of it, and this might segue to our broader conversation, like as we gear up for a post-Trump world, there's going to be a fracture on the right, and the right I don't think the fracture is what the left predicts it's going to be. I think the fracture is going to be the kind of like Tucker Candace conspiracy tard types versus like people who are trying to get right-wing policy
Mm.
enacted and are more like political realists in some sense. And
Yeah.
that looks like the fracture, and it's actually important that the political realists win that one. Like if the right becomes the party of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and like basically just like full on like QAnon level thinking, like
Yeah.
that's not good for anybody. That's bad across the board. And that's a fight worth fighting at this point.
Well, I kind of wanted to get into the left wing memes because I think that that my audience loves the liberal leftist civil war. I do too. I'm sure you do too on some level. But I was also
I
curious.
called this shit. I called this shit a
Yeah,
year
but
ago.
I think we've all been that we definitely have enough energy in order to talk about that shit. Even though the liberals will probably hate the way that we talk about it.
Oh
So,
yeah, they're gonna. I have no credibility in that conversation, but I love it. I love it
okay,
anyway.
so let's hit this real quick then. So I view JD Vance through his internet brained virtue signaling, through his Joe Rogan appearance where he was basically saying like, oh, we mishandled the Epstein files, but blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, he's literally a part of the administration that could make the Epstein files be transparent. He's pretending like, oh, we ruined the comms on that, and we have no power to resolve the scenario. And it's like, what? No, you're in power right now. You could literally, if Trump actually had your ear, you could tell Trump to get the DOJ to release the files, substantially less redacted than they are right now, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess my question is, I feel like JD Vance panders to the conspiratards more versus Rubio, who's the other person who might be tapped on the shoulder for the next presidential nomination. So between the two, who would you pick and why?
Yeah, between those two, I think Rubio's proven to be the much better governor. Like if you're going to say who's going to wield power better, I think
Yeah.
Rubio's proven to be the most competent person in the administration by miles. Now, here's the asterisk I'll put on that. So like, well, so just to answer the question directly, if I was voting tomorrow versus of those two, it would be Rubio. Um,
Mm.
the asterisk though, and this is for better or worse with Vance, and I'm not sure this is a pro. It's both a plus and a minus. JD Vance is by far the best communicator in the on the right wing. Like when
Ooh.
campaign trial comes, he's gonna murder. He's gonna crush. And he's somebody who very clearly understands the kind of like apprentice vibes of his current job. Like his job, he has a constituency of one right now. His job is to make sure his boss is happy. And I wonder how he's going to pivot when we get to like campaign season because I don't think he's going to do what Kamala did where she's like there's no daylight, we're 1-to-1. I think
Mhm.
he's going to suss out what he needs to say and do to keep Trump's good graces and to make sure that he gets a pat on the head and a recommendation if he can get it. But I think he is going to pivot during the campaign season to whatever comes next for him.
I feel
And
like
I don't know what that is.
he's done that already with you're saying there's no daylight between Kamala and Biden or whatever. I think he already has done that in reference to the Iran war, number one, and also in reference to the Epstein files. So my frustration is I'm thinking like a principled human being, and I'm thinking like, well, if you truly do think the Iran war is so immoral, and if you do think what is being done in reference to the Epstein files is so immoral, then freak out, like basically implode your job, yell at your boss, scream into the microphone, because it's the moral thing to do. But obviously, like a politician is not going to do that. So, but my frustration with that is that it does seem like in the pursuit of power, he has compromised any, claimed Republican principle from 2 decades ago. And so that's where for me he feels like such a chameleon that I trust Rubio more than I trust him. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, Rubio certainly has the more classic conservative vibe. I do think that one of the tricks, well, not tricks, tricky bits that we're going to have to deal with as the party moves forward and the right moves forward is that how do I put this right? The progressives roll up the carpet behind them. And one of the things I've been increasingly aware of is that like in all this discourse about like liberalism versus non-liberalism, liberalism is actually commonly defined as the progressive status quo. So while I'm not in favor of post-liberalism, I am in favor of pre-liberalism. Like
Mm.
there are elements of the progressive status quo that are a problem, and there needs to be energy on the right towards rectifying that. And in some sense, that explains Donald Trump. Not that he's doing this well, but that he's groping in that direction, and people responded to it. They're like, "Oh, there's some shit that's just wrong about the way that we've organized our society. Like it's fundamentally wrong that we live in a world where anytime you do any policy, there's going to be a disparate impact analysis and you're going to go to court and then we're going to see whether or not that policy had some tangential effect on some identifiable group, and if so, whether a judge is going to strike it down." That seems like kind of an idiotic way to run a country. And it seems like that we made some mistakes along the way to get here, and something should be done about that. And
I kind of want to do the liberal left wing civil war because I think that could piss off my audience enough that it could be fun.
yeah,
But
let's do it.
but I do want to talk about what you just said because I think that continues our conversation where you and I were kind of sussing out like what is Americanism? What in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States is actually like established Americanism, and when did we lose our way? And sorry, I need to sneeze. Oh, jeez. Sorry.
Good damage control. Good damage control.
Yeah, but you and I have had that continuing conversation for a couple of months, and where basically we were trying to identify what was American and what wasn't, and we went through some of the founding documents and the Constitution of the United States, and then we also kind of identified historically where I think you kind of identified where you thought America has erred. So I wouldn't mind continuing that conversation as well, but for now, to piss off my audience because it's funny, um, the news on the left wing, what I could easily find some content related to and then
Mm.
cover, is the fact that uh, there's a CNN poll that says that 30% of Democrats identify as Democratic Socialist. There is a Hassan Piker has canvassed with Abdul Al Sayed and a some governor, I forget her name's Zhang, but he canvassed with some governor named Zhang, and it's being used in the public zeitgeist to the point that like mainstream news commentators are saying like the Democrats are infected with communists. Hassan Piker is their leader. Oh, dude, there was a Fox News segment. There was a Fox News segment where they were like, Hassan Piker is their tastemaker and their ideological leader. Now, on one hand, I feel like Hassan Piker is being held up as a villain with which to scapegoat the leftward shift in the Democratic Party. But I also think the liberals are coping because they're trying to pretend that the left wing shift in the Democratic Party is perfectly manageable and it's all filled with like sane Scandinavian technocrats and not like lunatic Marxists. So,
No, first of all,
how do you
like
feel?
I admit to some mixed feelings because, like, as somebody who's definitely voting right in the next election cycle, this is obviously great. Like this is wonderful for my political project. So in that sense, it's a W. But I want communists to lose at everything. I want communists to lose at checkers. Like I want them to play Go Fish and get defeated by their children. You know what I'm saying? Like I want them to lose at everything they attempt to do in life always. So I'm supportive of people like Wick and people who have been more willing to call this out, and I hope that they win. That said, they created this monster. They did it on purpose. They took off all the guardrails. They took off all the guardrails on their political philosophy. They took off all the guardrails on how they view American republicanism and the proper role of the voting person within a republic with representative democracy. They took off all the guardrails, and they were left with is what's politically effective versus what's not politically effective. And you saw this in their discourse. They'd be like, oh, I'm not saying I hate socialism or that socialism's evil. I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say it's not where the voter is. It's not politically effective. Well, now as it's becoming politically effective, you're going to run into a problem that you don't have any limiting principles left, and that's the box they put
What
themselves in. So I don't think they're going to win. I think they might lose more slowly, but I don't think they're going to win this fight.
what that what's interesting to me though, because obviously I was a part of the anti-Trump coalition, and I took a lot of flack for saying like, oh well, you're willing to work with these far lefty freaks in order to try to beat Trump, isn't that you compromising your principles? But the same thing that motivated me, I think, motivated the liberals in order to cast as broad of a net or build as large of a tent as possible, is the fact that at least in my opinion, and in the opinion of I would say 99% of my audience, January 6, 2021, and the Eastman memo was a legitimate attempt by Donald Trump to subvert the process of the peaceful transfer of power, and was probably like the closest. It's one of the most fucked up things to happen since like the Civil War, in my opinion, in American government. And then not just that, but like the technocratic. Oh, hold on. This is I kind of have to put a pin in the half of that because I think we legitimately view this differently. You do view the slashing of DOE, the cutbacks to PEPFAR and USAID, and the kind of like the technocratic rollbacks as the administrative state as like a good thing, yeah?
Yeah, generally pro. There's
Got you.
stuff that I would have preferred be done
So if I
differently,
was
but
trying to appeal to you, really the only thing
directionally.
I have is January 6th, 2021.
Yeah, which is why I didn't vote for him. But like, and I agree that was a red line for me in terms of my own voting practices. But what like a year ago today, it was funny because I'm going to talk to Wick tonight about this, and part of
Mm.
the reason I put out a video on it is that like in August last year, I didn't have a channel and I was still doing the centrist thing, right? And I was just channel hopping and jumping on panels. And there was this article that it was a opinion piece in the Times that just I just lost my shit about. Just like went on a tirade, and it was like, in order to restore democracy, we need to abolish the electoral college. We need to like bring in Puerto Rico. We need to bring in DC estates. We need to pack the court. We need to do like all this stuff, like like core DSA progressive reformer messaging. And I was like, holy shit, the left is spending all their time pointing at Trump and saying, we hate that guy, so that they can avoid having to say who they are and what they stand for. Meanwhile, they're coalescing around these really, really dangerous and bad ideas. And this is a problem. Like, if this is what the left is, I think my exact quote is, my heel turn is incoming, this is what's going to happen next. And I intuited this is exactly who the left is, and it turns out to be exactly who the left are. So this is, in many senses, why I was like, if I'm going to start a political project, it has to be on the right, because I don't think there's fertile ground for it on the left. I think they fucking hate my ideas and they hate the things I think about and the things I want to talk about. And they've done exactly what I predicted they were going to do, and they are pushing this wing within the left for the abolition of the core structures of republicanism within the government. And I'm not talking about like minority figures. I'm talking about Kamala Harris and like leading Democratic politicians. And they're doing it for your own good. Oh, Connor. Oh, honey, we're
No,
doing it
no,
for
it's
you.
it's
We're doing it for you,
legitimately.
Connor.
Maybe I'm too nice. Maybe this is why I'm still stuck in the proverbial centrist niche that I am. But like, I see Josiah from Pondering Politics as like a legitimately good guy. I see Pisco as an earnest person, despite having what I see as politics that are useful to people that I abhor. And so, like, and they're also relatively sensible people who can carry on a conversation. And so, as a result, like, I maintain those relationships. But I do see them less nefariously, I guess, than the way that you perhaps see them. But I've heard this coming out of Josiah's mouth. You know, and I consider Josiah like a pretty normal lib guy, but he's like, yeah, it's time. If we can get rid of the electoral college, let's get rid of the electoral college. You know, the way that the Republicans are gerrymandering right now, we're going to have to pack the court. You know, the time is now. Like, stop being a pussy. Let's just fucking jam all this shit through. It's time to nuke the filibuster, blah, 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 blah. And they do basically list a bunch of removals of guardrails within the Republic of the United States that, weirdly enough, I think would make the left-wing takeover of the Democratic Party, which, by the way, we should talk about that a little bit more in detail, but it would make it substantially worse. Because
Oh, it
they
would.
think they're going to get to wield the ring of power in the Lord of the Rings scenario for their ends, but they're not recognizing that 30% of their party has been corrupted by people who I deem as pretty nefarious.
Well, here's the decoder ring for your chat.
Mm.
Our founders' greatest fear was direct populist democracy. The entire structure of our federal government was attempts to prevent the tyranny of the majority through direct democracy. Everything about the federal government is a check on that one thing, because they looked historically at direct democracies and they crash and burn. They don't function. It is not a functional form of national government. You have to have representative government. You have to have checks on direct democracy. Everything that the kind of like DSA progressive playbook is about removing all of those checks so that they can engage in tyranny through direct democracy. That
Well,
is what they're attempting to do.
they don't think it's tyranny because
Of
basically
course it's
they
but
no,
Connor, of
because
course it's
you
tyranny.
have to understand, Ryan. we're right because we represent the
The
people,
good
and the
people.
people want this, and this is good for the people. And I'm pretty sure I actually heard Josiah, and once again, I like Josiah a lot. But I'm pretty sure in a video the other day, he was like, we don't even need a bicameral legislature. Why do we have the Senate? And
Of course, the
I was just thinking to myself, it's like, listen, bro, like, what are the chances that you're going to ban the Senate? You know, like it's zero. So all you're doing is you're articulating like a pro demos sentiment that is upsetting to me.
No, what
So,
they're advocating for is an anti-American sentiment. Like
yeah.
American government was founded on the idea of representative democracy, and that we were going to have a balance of interests in the federal government. The people represented by the House, the states represented in the Senate and the Electoral College. It was every piece of the federal government is designed to check direct democracy. Even
So
the rights, like the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, those are checks on the power of against direct democracy. The whole thing is about this. But here's my point about all this. If the things they want to do aren't tyrannical, then surely they wouldn't sound tyrannical if I proposed the right doing them. So let's think about that for a second. Let's say the right broke, and they could do this tomorrow, by the way, because they have the power. They just choose not to. They have the trifecta. They break the filibuster.
mhm,
They pack the court to 20 justices or
mhm.
15 or whatever number it is. Um, then they can revisit birthright citizenship and tariffs. And guess what? I think Justice Alex Jones is probably voting for it, just as a heads up. Then those islands off between Texas and Mexico that are contested? You know what that looks like to
There's
me?
some off of California too that only
Yeah.
have a population of 10.
You know what those look like, Connor? Those look like states. So those get recognized as states, and we have a few Republicans camping out in tents there. They get 2 Senate votes. So now there's an overcomable majority in the Senate that will take generations for the Democrats to even chip away at. Does that sound potentially tyrannical?
Yeah.
Because it's literally their policy platform. And if it's so, I mean, like it's what they're talking about doing in the open is the most tyrannical thing that I've ever heard as a policy proposal. And they say it with a straight face, like it's for your own good. But of course, it's a overt attack on the other side, meant to just keep them
That
out of power
is
forever.
well, but so the natural transition conversationally, I think, is getting into the which is where you get to call me a progressive, I suppose, is where we get into the lines of the administrative and executive state and what the design of this country was versus what it actually is and all that kind of stuff. But the thing that I wanted to hit before we transition into that, because I think that gets into our previous conversations, is how I asked this question again, but I want you to explain it a little bit more. How do you feel about the fact that literally, in my opinion, a decade ago, democratic socialism was effectively this like niche political idea of Bernie Sanders and AOC, and that's about it, really. And then like a popular internet thing where it's like, oh, we want universal health care and we want this and we want that. Don't mind us when we say positive things about state capitalist China. Don't mind when we say positive things about early 2000s Venezuela. Don't mind us when we say positive things or like some revisionist things about the Soviet Union. But we're just Scandinavian social democrats. And so that has gone from, kind of a niche but internet phenomena to now allegedly, according to that CNN poll, 30% of the Democratic Party. Like, what the fuck do you do with that?
Well, I think this is one of those moments where we should look back and remember all those time that people who were flagging this issue early were called conspiracy theorists, because what they were talking about was a ideological takeover, a long march, if you will, through, in particular, our cultural and educational institutions, which
Yeah, but aren't you a
has been
Nazi for talking about cultural Marxism now?
yeah, well, that's what you were called. You were called like James Lindsay got put on the SPLC's hate watch group for making this point. Now it turns out the SPLC was literally fucking KKK members, so maybe we don't take their word for it anymore.
See,
But
hold up. whenever I hear that shit, have you actually dug into that? Because I haven't at all. What was it? Did they have like KKK members that they paid to do speeches for the SPLC, or did they have them like informing for the SPLC and they were paying them a consulting fee? What was the actual thing there? Because
Well,
them paying the
there's
SPLC, like them doing what Bibi Netanyahu was accused of, where they just pay the KKK millions of dollars a year so they can prop them up as a villain, sounds a little far fetched to me.
Yeah, so there's two separate buckets there. The one I was making a joke about was it's not the court case, but it was reported in the New York Post that
Yeah.
a prominent SPLC member has had like a long-term love affair with a KKK member, which is
Wow.
just funny. Like that's just
That's just
very
going to
funny.
happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Listen, we have
Um,
Destiny and Lauren Southern, okay? That's just
yeah,
going to happen.
but the criminal charge is about the core of it is wire fraud, and it's the idea that the SPLC was clandestinely funneling money to various hate groups, several of which were actually on their hate watch list. So, like
Mhm.
they published to donors, like, "Oh my God, this is the hate we're fighting," but they were actually funneling money to them, and the case is going to be about whether the donors were misled when it's like,
Mhm.
oh, like we thought you were fighting the KKK and we donated money, but it turns out that you were like, they were sending you reimbursement requests for like the crosses and gasoline, and you were like, okay, like that seems like the
I
sort of
know.
thing.
I want to know the purpose of it. Because like I guess my question would be, so for instance, like this is a Google search, so take it with a grain of salt or whatever. But prosecutors claim the SPLC used donor money to pay informants inside white supremacist and extremist organizations rather than fighting them. The DOJ alleges that between 2014 and 2023, more than $3 million, later updated in superseding indictments to 4.1, went to members of the groups like the KKK and the National Socialist Party of America. The government argues some of the funds were used by recipients for recruitment and purchasing extremist materials, and that donors were never informed the money was used this way. But then my question is, well, I think the Google search might have just said it. The SPLC might have been saying like, well, we need informants so we can understand the organization of these hate groups. But then, what those people do with the money is kind of like it's up to them, I guess. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you find that defense compelling, is what I'm saying.
The question is going to be whether it was, a material misrepresentation when they fundraised and said we're fighting hate groups while providing this money. And I mean, that's a factual question for a jury more than likely.
Yeah,
But
but like if we
the
analogize this to law enforcement, sorry, I'm just pressing a little bit. If we analogize this to law enforcement has confidential informants that they compensate, and sometimes those
sure.
confidential informants are members of, drug gangs. So by the same logic, could we not just say law enforcement is funding drug gangs by having confidential informants inside criminal organizations?
Sure, but the missing piece doesn't exist. The analogy doesn't work because the question with the problem with the SPLC, if you take the government's view, is that the SPLC is fundraising. So they are trying to prop up hate groups in order to get more donations, and that's why they're giving this money is to like is so that they have a target to
So it's
fundraise
the lack
against.
of transparency, I suppose.
It's whether it's a fraudulent misrepresentation that they told people we're fighting hate, please give us money, but in fact they're propping up the hate group, and that's how they're fundraising. It's basically a question of, are you legitimately combating hate through some clandestine informants, or are you in a situation where racism is somewhat in short supply and you are trying to increase the supply because you're an NGO that needs a problem to solve, sort of that's kind of
Yeah.
that's not a legal analysis, that's more of like a big picture analysis, but that's the point. But the reason I brought them up is merely because they put James Lindsay on their hate watch group for claiming things were neo-Marxist, which was
Yeah,
very
which
funny
I understand. My frustration with
because it turns out
the
that they are neo-Marxists. But yeah,
well, right. That's my frustration with the because I was called that in the late tens because I was like, oh, have you ever heard of the Frankfurt School? Have you ever heard of postmodern neo-Marxism? Because I was like a huge Jordan Peterson guy. But then, if you actually look at the intellectual heritage from like Gramsci to Marcuse to the people who wrote DEI and CRT, it's a clear line. They cite each other. They
oh
literally
yeah.
like they go back saying like, I'm citing Marcuse, who in turn was a student of Gramsci, and we're going to
Mhm.
use this left wing analysis to apply to this sociological problem. And it's like, dude, like Gramsci literally said the reason why left wing revolution was not possible in like capitalist societies was because of all these counter revolutionary forces in culture, law enforcement, the military, and government. And in order for people to be more amenable to a socialist revolution, we need to change the zeitgeist to be more left wing thinking. And then he had intellectual babies, and his intellectual babies had intellectual grandbabies, and the intellectual grandbabies are the people that we're fighting in our current culture. I don't feel like that's a conspiracy theory if it's descriptively true.
It's not even subtle. Like if you
Yeah,
go, like I'm a former teacher.
they
Paulo
cite each
Freire.
other.
Yeah, I always get his name wrong, but I think it's Freire. It might be Freire, but I think it's Freire. Paulo Freire is like one of the most cited scholars in all of the humanities. I
Yeah,
mean, like I think if you do a Google scholar, it's like 70 to 100,000 citations to his works. He's a overtly Marxist educator. He's by far the most cited person in all of educational literature. So
right.
like the fact that there is a overt Marxist lens that's being taught especially in teacher training, as someone who went through teacher training, I can both tell you from lived experience and by the fact that you can just do the research yourself, this is true. It's not subtle. And the problem is the left the left's cultural takeover of these institutions, this kind of long march, if you will, has, I think, is starting to bear fruit. And that's what this 30% is about. It's also why I think people like Wick, while I applaud his fighting the fight, are fundamentally mistaken about what's happening. He views it like, oh, it's early stages. The politicians are just showing up. Let's play whack-a-mole. It's not fucking early stages. By the time the politicians are openly admitting that they have these Marxist leanings, they've already infiltrated. The infiltration happened at a much different level. The political level, as you were saying with Gramsci, is last, not first. We're
Well,
in the late stages
that's
of
where I
this
want to talk
infiltration.
to you about because this is going to go into like where the welfare state should be and narratives about the early 20th century establishment of the welfare state, and also like whether or not we should be rolling back the American executive state, which you and I have talked about previously. But I think I have a question of justification from a community member. Fashion 40 for 5 says, is this administration not basically heading in the direction of tyranny? And I think he's asking you that because the liberals feel that their big tent politics of incorporating the far left and never Trump Republicans simultaneously, of working with people like AOC and Chevalier and all that kind of stuff, is necessary. And I've heard them say this explicitly. Uh, it's necessary because of the political moment we're in, because of the extremity of the Trump administration. So, do you not like what do you think about the Trump administration and its aggression? Does that justify the response from the left? Yes or no, and why?
No, I don't think you get to be a communist because you don't like the other party. I think that's retarded. And quite frankly, has been the obfuscation that's allowed these people to gain a political foothold because nobody's been examining their views. The second that their views got examined, you get the Bill Maher phenomenon, where he's like, he hates Trump. Yeah, he hates Trump, and when Trump's on the ballot, he's voting left. But as he said, his vote's in play if the in 2028 because even though he's a historic blue voter, and I think likely he will vote blue, regardless of the fact that his vote's in play, he's not voting for a pack of fucking communists. He's just not. And the problem with the left is that they removed the ideological and philosophical limiting principles and guardrails that define Americanism. They removed them consciously and purposefully through political movements in 1900 on. And then they rolled up the carpet behind them. And now they say, well, if you oppose our current political project, you're being illiberal, which might be true. There might be illiberal people who are doing that, but your current political project yourselves is not liberal in the American sense of American classic liberalism. It's actually many generations of progressive nonsense down the road of a detour away from that. So,
So
that's the fundamental
you
disconnect. A lot
you
of the
you
stuff
and
is
I need to beef about the material conditions and politics of the early 20th century onward, because what I identify as the liberal status quo, I think you're going to identify as progressive nonsense, and we should fight about that momentarily.
yep. No, for sure. But
But
also this world,
well, I wanted to say
the
this though, because I wanted to have a little moment of Schadenfreude before we do that. So North and I, unfortunately, are beefing right now over the Destiny drama, which I think is silly, but whatever. But we were both saying effectively what Wick, Destiny, and Mooten are saying now, which is like, hey, we think that, Donald Trump is kind of like a political threat to the Republic of the United States, and what he's doing is, shitty, and he's killing people unnecessarily through incompetence and stupidity, and therefore he should be opposed, and effectively the Republican Party should not be modeled after Trump in the future. But, when you go too far left, we are still ultimately Republican in that we believe in America and representative democracy and American militarism, blah, 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 blah. So if you elect fucking communists or socialists, we're going to tell you to go fuck yourself. And we took a bunch of shit from the center left because they were saying, oh, no, 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 you got to vote blue no matter who. It's an emergency. You have to vote blue no matter who. Even if it's a socialist, even if it's a communist, you have to vote for him. And then what's so funny is now that the midterms are barreling down on us and we see how
whoops.
far the leftward zeitgeist shift is, now Wick, Mooten, and Destiny they're pretending they haven't adopted our position, but they very much have, where they're saying like, we're going to vote blue a majority of the time depending on consequential analysis. However, if you're too far left, fuck you. And that was
Yeah.
refreshing and some Schadenfreude.
So this is the thing, and I appreciate that they're doing that. And by the and I'm going to tell Wick I appreciate he's doing it. I appreciate that they're doing it. I wish they had done it earlier. I think other people like yourself, you were doing it earlier. God knows I was doing it a long time ago. But ultimately, they are going to lose this fight. They're going to lose. They might lose slowly, but that's the best case scenario. But they're going to lose. And the reason that they're going to lose is that they don't actually believe that one-to-one direct democracy is a bad idea, and they
Mm-hmm.
don't actually believe that socialism is evil. They don't actually hold these principles. They believe that it's inconvenient. And if you talk to someone like Wick, he'll say like, "I believe in individual rights. I believe in liberalism." And then you'd be like, "Well, why? Like, what's the foundation? What's the reason for that
Is
ontologically?
good.
Like, what's the? It's good, but there isn't an underpinning philosophy to it, and there isn't because the left expunged this philosophy from its worldview over the past 100 years. It's been like an ongoing project, an overt project to get rid of this worldview and replace it with a sort of Rawlsian blank slatism, and that the end result of a Rawlsian blank slatism is a socialist communist party. That's the logical end
That's the
result of
only
that
way that
experiment.
you can explain communism in my mind. So like communism being the end, believing that the end state of a humanity is a moneyless, stateless, classless society. No money, no government, and no hierarchy of social order. Everyone is egalitarian. The only way that you could believe that that is like a just and natural end state of humanity is if egalitarianism was your sole principle. And
Exactly.
like, and you like ignore every other social phenomena. You literally ignore biology, sociology, history, fucking tribalism, human psychology. Like, you have to ignore every other school of thought that's analyzed reality ever. You have to make egalitarianism your god, and then after you make egalitarianism your god, then communism
Yeah.
becomes the
And
logical end state of humanity.
and
But
this
you
is
basically
this
have to
is
ignore like 90% of human understanding to get there.
yeah, well, and this is the great harm of the kind of Rawlsian veil of ignorance argument, where they say like, "Oh, behind the veil of ignorance, wouldn't you want a society where everyone is treated blah blah blah? Wouldn't where
No,
everyone's equal, egalitarian?"
no, I
But
don't.
that's the thing, and the reason you don't is because you understand that humans have a nature. And because humans have a nature, you're better off in a society that has traditions and practices that honor and amplify the good parts of human nature and minimize the bad parts of human nature than one that's purely egalitarian, because humans aren't blank slates. We have a nature. And this kind of fight against human nature has become so prevalent in left wing thinking that I don't think they are going to be able to defeat the far left in the long run. I think that in 20 years, they're all going to be where the DSA is,
I
because
don't I don't know if it's going to be that bad. So dollars to donuts, let's say that you and I wanted to make like a $30 or $50 bet right now for the year 2050. My prediction is that effectively probably a third to half of the Democratic Party is going to be Democratic Socialist. A lot of their advocacy is going to be social democratic Scandinavian policy because they're not going to be able to go as far left as they want to. And effectively, it'll be the equivalent of the Labour Party in the United Kingdom and Australia. However, that's not to say that American politics isn't going to get infinitely more fucking annoying. And what I mean by that is like there will be Democrats who have to pander to these far leftoid freaks. And so you'll see like whatever 2040s version of Kamala Harris, she'll like eulogize Mao Zedong as one of the great men of the 20th century, and he's just like a little misunderstood, and the great leap forward was an oopsie doopsie. And you're gonna be like, what the fuck was that? And it's gonna be because she has to pander to far left freaks.
yeah, I think that that's possible. I well, okay. Let me see how I
Well,
can
compared to like
put this.
a completely Marxist takeover of the Democratic
Let,
Party and a
let,
Marxist
let,
takeover of the United States, I think
let's
that's more
assume
likely.
let's assume the right does not achieve a McCarthy 2.0 in the intervening period, which would be that would be how this would actually be combated if that happened.
Yeah.
But assuming no McCarthy 2.0, um, I'm trying to figure out what the rate of acceleration would be, because like I remember in like 2016, 2015 when we were doing the gay marriage debate, like the end of the gay marriage debate, people were like, "Oh my god," the kind of the conspiracy theories on the right. Then if you let this happen, you're going to be seeing men in women's clothes playing girls' sports in the near future. And it was, what I mean, and it was like, no, that's crazy. And then that became like a mainstream position within 10 years. We've
It's been
seen
fought back, but
well, it's been fought back by the
it took a
right,
little
yeah.
bit of effort to fight it back.
And then
It
we
took
had
a
we and we then in the 2000s we had like, what if we did overt race communism? Like, what if we just did like we just did Marxism but on the basis of race? What if we did that? And that was actually like really successful for quite a long time. It kind of the gr- the eventually Trump's election kind of signaled the end of that temporarily. I don't know that that's going to stop though. If the Dems win in 28, I would assume that they're going to pick up that project again.
just because I feel like the lack of descriptive, I guess, rigor right there is gonna trigger the shit out of people. What I'm gonna say is I think that if you look at the BLM movement, or if you look at some of the rhetoric that was coming out of like, oh well, black folk in America have disproportionate outcomes. Therefore, like we have to defund and do XYZ to the police until we have effectively like egalitarian incomes based off of all demographics. The logic behind that is rawly, in my opinion, like Marxian, in that you're taking the bourgeois proletariat calculus of like the bourgeois are the haves and the proletarians are the have-nots, and we live in an unjust society until we rectify this material injustice. To me, it feels like the same calculus when it came to the rhetoric that was coming out of BLM and coming out of the defund the police movement. Was there's white supremacists and honorary whites, they're the bourgeois. Then there's the blacks and the people of color, and they're the proletariat. And until we have egalitarian outcomes across these demographic groups, we live in a fundamentally unjust society. And I think when you try to capture that in race communism, correct me if I'm wrong, that's basically the idea you were trying to elicit.
Yeah, but this wasn't even subtle. Like, I mean, Ibram X. Kendi won the MacArthur Genius Grant and became one of the
Yeah, my
most
conservative mom read
influential.
Ibram X. Kendi.
Yeah, he was one of the most influential academics in the country. I think between me and my wife, we got given 3 copies of his books at various HR trainings between 2020 and 2024. And he, one of amongst his genius policy proposals that made him the darling of the left, was to amend the Constitution to create a administrative department which would analyze disparities amongst identitarian groups in the population in economics and intervene using the force of the federal government if there was ever more than a 3 to 5% gap between any identifiable groups in the economy. If that's not overtly race communism, I don't know what overt race communism would be. Like the idea that we're gonna be like, oh shit, the Mexicans aren't doing as well this year. Let's take money from the other groups and give it to the Mexicans. That's overt race communism. Like what? Like how?
I might say
If you were
race
gonna,
socialism, but I get what you're saying.
yeah,
The the
it's a distinction without a meaningful difference. Like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
you're going to violate people's property rights on the basis of this identitarian equity bourgeois revolutionary thought. That's the point.
my question though, and this is where the rubber's gonna meet the road into previous conversations that we've had, is the late 19th and early 20th century, and maybe this is because I was raised by communist teachers, but we were more free from the state. Well, actually, yeah, yeah, yeah. We had more liberty, okay? Because the state was substantially smaller. It didn't take an active role in the lives of everyday Americans. But the way that anarcho tyranny is kind of a phrase that's used nowadays in order to talk about when the state steps back and basically lets criminals run roughshod over society, the late 19th and early 20th century was uh, kind of projected to me as a narco tyranny, but that of corporations. So effectively, like, you had labor movements that were working for just working conditions within like and living conditions within the tenement farms and the textile mills and all that kind of crap. And basically, because you didn't have these welfare programs, people could get injured on the job. There was no disability. There was no nothing. Basically, like, you're just like, fuck you. You can't work here anymore. You don't have the physical capacity to. Good luck being fucking poor. And so you would just be cast out of the corporation that you had previously worked for, and you were just fucked. And same thing with the early 20th century, particularly with like the Dust Bowl or the Great Depression, was speculation on Wall Street led to one of the biggest economic booms in American history. But not only was that wealth unevenly divided in substantial ways, but effectively, when the market imploded, hundreds of thousands or millions of people were basically just like thrown into the street without a pot to piss in. And so the argument from the New Dealers and the people who support a welfare state was that at that point, that material deprivation of the late 19th and early 20th century was causing people to be radical where they really wanted two ideologies. They either wanted socialism or they wanted fascism. And those were like the two things that people were being radicalized towards. So the narrative from the welfare staters is that this is effectively like a riot tax where we're appeasing the poors by giving them a standard of living that is tolerable at the lower end of society so they don't turn to be fascists or communists. How do you respond to the narrative of the New Dealers in that regard?
Well, there's a bunch of ways you could look at that. One is there's some stuff that you're just not supposed to do. Like there's a reason why the federal government was created to be limited and not to have the power to do these things. And you could do many of these things on a state level if you wanted to, but in order to actually enact those policies, they had to do tremendous violence to our constitutional order and system. You had constitutional amendments, threatened court packing to reverse long-standing Supreme Court precedent. Like the federal government was not actually designed to be able to do any of these things. So that's the first thing, and there's a reason why it wasn't, and we're starting to see that reason bear fruit all this time later. The second is some of this stuff, you can look at it and say like, oh, it was useful in what it did back then, but how's it working out now? Like if you're going to complain today about inflation, we invented inflation in order to achieve the ends that you talked about. Inflation is a product of the changes that were wrought to the government
Well,
during that
the
time period.
my
The national debt is a product of the changes that were wrought to the
but
federal
the
government
but the
during
the
that time
counter
period.
the counter argument that I want to bring specifically to this subcomponent, and I don't have a problem talking about like we have a onerous, overwhelming, debt-ridden, massive federal state. I'll just concede that instantaneously. However, the reason why the anarchism that is kind of like anarchism isn't the correct word. The libertarian fantasy of the 19th century. The reason why that is not as appealing to me, I suppose, is because like during that history when we had less of a state, we also had inflation, but we had inflation for a different reason. We had inflation because the different states were running different currencies and private currencies weren't regulated. So the way that Bitcoin, the way that Ethereum, the way that these private currencies are kind of like speculated on right now, that was like the history of like the early 19th century
Yeah,
where
there
the
were
lack of
runs up and down.
regulation. Yeah, there were literally people trapped. They were doing financial speculation from state to state, where they were taking state dollars from one state, moving it to another state in order
Yeah.
at an exchange rate, and then moving it back when it was profitable, and all this kind of bullshit. So,
Though,
so that that's what I'm
even though you talk
saying.
about the gold standard dollar, but you'd still see runs on banks and things like this, like instability.
Right. So,
Yeah,
so basically, what I'm trying to say is a centralized, onerous, large, debt-ridden government comes with its own challenges, but also removing that onerous state doesn't just like
yeah.
turn America into a
Well,
utopia.
but I guess here's my if I'm going to try to boil this down to the simplest possible point. If if you can vote to give yourself a raise with my money,
Mhm.
if that's a thing that we're going to permit, and then we also permit near universal suffrage, how do you avoid the long-term DSA takeover? Because like if you can instead of creating wealth, if you can just vote to take mine, a lot of people are going to do that. They're going to vote to give themselves a raise. And the original structure of the federal government did not permit that. It just wasn't a thing that was possible. And we willed that into existence over time. And at the same time, we as a society removed from our educational system the belief in kind of these core American limiting principles and values, which would be opposed to that sort of thing. And unsurprisingly, we have seen people vote for endless government spending, endless tax cuts, endless attempts to put money in their own pocket at the expense of future generations or at the expense of other people in society, depending on their motivations of the day. And I don't know how we get out of that without putting some of the tools back in the toolbox. I don't think people are going to stop voting that they would rather have other people's money.
There's two things there. I think that the latter thing that I wouldn't mind talking about is like the international fight against fascism and communism, which is part of part of the way that we created this very large state with the fiat currency. But the first thing that I want to talk about is the labor theory of value, which and I understand that like it is a rawly left wing idea, but I don't want to commit the genetic fallacy of just like, oh, just because it's a left wing idea means it's incorrect. So the labor theory of value, to be fair, is wildly dumb. Okay, it's
Yeah,
very dumb.
incredibly stupid.
Yes, just saying that like I pour endless labor into this thing. I think somebody did like a mud cake analogy where it's like, well, if I spend 8 hours turning dirt into a mud cake, that doesn't mean that the mud cake is good. You know, like
Mm.
that. There's something there with the labor theory of value. However, what the deeper point of the labor theory of value, I suppose, is that labor as a collective force is the energy that creates the productivity within society. Okay, labor is what spins the flywheel or presses the button or does whatever. And so, regardless of whether or not we can track the value accurately, the value, especially you said your money. Let's say that I'm a laborer and I work for Ryan Mullally. Let's say that I manufacture pencils, okay? Like literally all day I'm fucking chopping out graphite and wood, okay? So, without people like
You're
me
not beating
chop
progressive allegations in this conversation.
what's that?
You're not beating the progressive allegations in this conversation.
It's
Go
it,
ahead.
it's fine because once again, I don't necessarily want to worry about the left wing, right wing origin of an idea. I more like want to figure out whether or not it's true. So, if there's 1,000 of me making wood and graphite, and we're all at this like we basically live in the apartment complex behind Walmart. We can't afford food. We can't afford our kids. We can barely survive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, you're living in a fucking mansion, down by the lake. You're throwing these soirees. You're having bacchanals. You're buying $10,000 worth of wine per month. Why wouldn't the working class say, hey, the only reason why that guy can throw bacchanals, have a mansion, have private security, have his kids go to the private schools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is because of the energy that we put into in his institution on a day-to-day basis. Therefore, while we don't want to guillotine him, we do want to tax him at 33% so we can use his wealth to alleviate our own suffering.
Okay. I'm so the point being what? That it's inappropriate for people to work at prevailing market wages?
No, uh, uh,
Okay.
but the late 19th and the early 20th century, prevailing
Like
market
what?
wages have market pressures that were ignored by the corporations at the time. So,
Well,
for
no,
instance,
they were ignored by the corporations at the time for the one of the things that I've never criticized, because I think it actually just turned out to be a good and productive. In our previous conversations, we talked about progress towards Americanism versus detours from Americanism. One of
yeah.
the things that was progress towards Americanism is the idea of antitrust. Like that there are in fact it is possible to have cartels which are anti-competitive, and because they're anti-competitive, they will put pressures on the market that are going to defeat it from functioning correctly. So that sort of thing, I think it turns out, was a good use of
Oh,
the
look at
federal
you,
government state.
progressive trust buster, Teddy
Yeah, there you
Roosevelt,
go.
Republican
No,
Ryan
like I
Mullally over here.
everybody, like anybody who follows my channel knows that like Woodrow Wilson is one of my least favorite historical figures. But even a broken clock is right twice a day. Like
Mhm.
there is a need to avoid monopolies, because monopolies, and this goes back to Locke. Like Locke's like, yes, the right to property is a natural right that cannot be taken from you. But also, if you're on a desert island and one guy has all the coconuts and you're starving to death, there's probably something that has to be done about that. Like
Right.
there is a threshold at which monopolies have to be busted in order to allow for the productivity of human
See,
nature.
you
And
know
no,
what's so
and
funny about that? This is the problem with our conversations, is because we actually like try to engage in nuance. Is when somebody hoards the coconuts, which I don't know if Vosh came up with the analogy first, or if Locke did, but but the point is that Fabian Liberty actually says no, it's just for one person to have 1,000 coconuts and for everybody else to be starving. And if that person individually harvested all the coconuts before all the other survivors showed up on the island, and he wants to keep all the coconuts for himself, then fuck it. That's his property rights. And I'm just like, and for me, like, I understand, like, in a vacuum of moral authority and property rights, you could have that position. But that doesn't stop descriptively what's going to happen next. What's going to happen next is your neighbors are going to deform pikes out of
yeah,
palm fronds, and they're going to stab you to death, and they're going to steal all your fucking coconuts. So
well,
regardless of the morality of the situation, we should probably figure out a decent way for everybody to get some fucking coconuts.
this is why it seems like natural rights or natural law theory is oftentimes very similar to the NAP, but they are
Hmm.
meaningfully distinct. And this is where I think libertarians get it wrong: is that they ascribe to the NAP this sort of like divine moral principle, when in reality what the NAP is a better than average description of what makes humans flourish and be happy. It's an attempt to describe natural law. It's not perfect, and because of that, it's just off in some ways. So like, yeah, like the idea that like people wouldn't spit roast and like, sacrifice to the gods the dude holding all the coconuts is insane. Of course they would. Um, but to go back to your point, the problems inherent with having the system that we currently have, where like let's say you have these people who aren't making enough money. Okay, well, we all is that because we have like a massive labor surplus, right? Which is going to lead into the immigration conversation. Like, why are their wages so low? Are their wages so low because there's an anti competitive monopoly? That would be another reason why their wages are low. Or is it the fact that their wages are actually the correct wage? And you see this sometimes with like people where people are like, oh, the CEO of McDonald's makes X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, it turns out that if you took his whole salary and redistributed it to all the cashiers and burger flippers, they'd all get an extra $1.50 a week because the scale is so huge that him making 10, $15 million a year is actually proportionate to the size of the entity that he's managing at that point. So like like
Well, I
in
guess
a hypothetical,
let's.
I'm not trying to understand exactly why there's the disparity.
Well, we maybe we should talk about what the state should and shouldn't do. Maybe that would be a simpler way to kind of break through because we might actually have alignment on that. But then my question is, are you principally opposed to a progressive tax rate? So for instance, like let's say that the everybody at McDonald's makes they make 20 grand a year, but they're getting taxed at 10% rate. And let's be real, after like tax refunds and child tax credits and all that kind of shit, they're probably actually receiving tax dollars rather than paying tax dollars.
Yeah.
Then the CEO is getting, if he claims his income as personal income tax, he's getting hit at 37% after the progressive tax rate takes effect. But then once he claims his taxes, his effective tax rate is actually 22% or some shit like that, right? So the do you have a problem with that? Because the reason why I'm okay with that is because I think that if a McDonald's worker, who I don't expect to be economically literate, but if they hear that their boss, who's making an absurd amount of cash, is still getting hit at a higher tax rate than them, which is then going into social services that alleviates some of their suffering, they're less likely to fashion spatulas into knives and try to chop his head off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that
So are you
I actually
principally opposed to it?
I'm principally opposed to this being a federal government thing. I think
Okay.
states can handle this how they'd like to handle this. And there's a lot of room for experimentation there. I think doing this at the national level is an error. I think that we were, we had to amend the Constitution to allow for income taxation at all. And when we did
Mhm.
it, by the way, it was promised first to be temporary, and then it was promised to be only a tax on the super wealthy, right?
Right.
And by the way, play that into the current conversation about wealth taxes, where they're like, "Oh, it'd only be a one-time thing and only on the super wealthy." And you're like, "Huh."
Oh, no,
I
no, no.
feel I feel like
The
historically we've heard this before.
Yeah.
Um,
And wealth
yeah,
taxes are absurd to me. Taxing an
it
asset
is
that
insane.
it itself cannot produce like additional shit. Like you don't have like a measurable revenue or a measurable profit. It's fucking absurd to me economically. But the leftists, it doesn't matter. So okay, so
Yeah, I mean, historically, the federal government supported itself through tariffs. Tariffs are not in modern parlance, tariffs are not good economic policy compared to like
Mhm.
alternatives. So, like if you look at the EU, while they do have tariffs, what the EU supports itself through, which is like the modern day equivalent of a tariff, is the VAT,
Yeah,
and that's a much more
it hits everybody,
reason.
right?
It hits everybody, but it also it works better in a number of ways than, like, for example, corporate taxes, because the problem with the corporate taxes is that corporations can decide when and how much income they have once they hit a certain scale. So corporate taxes almost and what's weird about that is that if you're a small business you can't do that as easily as if you're a big business, just
Yeah.
like federal regulations are a major disincentive for small business and a major boon for big businesses because it chokes out their competition.
Yeah.
So a lot of these policies are very bad for innovation and they're very bad for small business owners and they're very bad they are super beneficial, not because they were designed to be this way, but they're super beneficial for very wealthy people and for corporations because they can hire people like me to figure out how to make it very beneficial for you. And because you have money to spend on
No,
that,
I
we
mean,
tend to do a
I
good
remember
job.
everybody bitching about Boeing and Lockheed and General Dynamics and all that kind of stuff, paying $0 in federal income tax a few years. Now, of course, the people who work there pay taxes. They pay taxes on the consumer goods that they buy, et cetera, et cetera. But the corporations themselves,
Yeah.
basically, because they were in expansion, and this was one of the things about going to business school that actually kind of made me simultaneously skeptical of corporations, but also like, hey man, you're gonna fucking play the game, right? Basic, and also I understand the incentive structure. So effectively, if you have a business expense, a justifiable business expense, you can re- reduce, reduct. I don't know. You can take it off your fucking taxes. But the whole reason why we do that in an American context is so businesses grow and expand. So if you're buying a
Yeah.
new factory, if you're buying a new machinery that's expensive as shit, if you're hiring, well, I don't know if hiring new employees would be tax deduced, but the point is like growth. We don't want to tax growth because we want to incentivize American corporations and companies to continue to grow as maximally as possible. Because the truth
Mhm.
is, they are paying taxes on the goods that they're purchasing within the American economy. The individual workers there are paying taxes on their income. Blah bitty fucking blah. So, anyways, growing
Yeah,
companies are good for the
but
American economy.
but
But
then but then apply that same logic to individuals. We don't want to
mhm.
tax corporations because we want them to be productive, and if we tax them too much, we disincentivize them from being too productive, and then we're going to tax individuals for being productive.
Right, but then like productivity gets weird for me because like I return to not the actual labor theory of value, which is dumb as shit, but more to like the we're all human and we put our pants on, one leg at a time. So just as an example, I did get divorced recently,
Hmm.
and we did the negotiations. So as a cop, I worked with retail and restaurant employees, and sometimes I would be patrolling Walmart at 2 a.m. while people are like stocking shelves. And the truth is that the Walmart employee was working quite hard to restock the shelves. They were doing an inventory of the line, they were understanding what products were missing, they grabbed the products that were in the back in the warehouse, they went back forward, and then they just stocked shelves for like, 12-hour shift or a 10-hour shift or whatever, right? That is not rewarded particularly well within our financial system. It's necessary labor, but you're only making $10 an hour because the of the scales of economy and all that kind of bullshit, right? A lawyer, you know, an often maligned profession, a lawyer was talking to me about my divorce, and he was making $300 a fucking hour, basically babysitting five assholes talking shit about the division of their assets, right? Now, I'm not saying that motherfucker shouldn't make $300 an hour. Okay, he has like a specialized labor role. He's he's analyzing assets. His intelligence and competence affects the future lives of other people. So you know what? Maybe he deserves $300 an hour. But I look at that and I say, well, how come this motherfucker is able to do coke and have mistresses and all this crazy bullshit? Meanwhile, this motherfucker can't afford rent, and it just doesn't feel intuitively fair.
Well, I don't know what fair and deserve mean in this context. Like there
Fair,
are as you.
fair means that the Walmart stockbrokers don't fashion they don't sharpen the edges of soup cans in order to fucking chop the heads off of lawyers making $300 an hour. We can talk about principle or whatever, but ultimately, like my justice, I suppose,
Well,
is
I
some
mean,
degree of social stability that doesn't result in fascism or communism.
well, I mean, because you made the mud pie analogy earlier, right? Like if you choose to do work that is less valued, less productive, then you're going to be compensated less for that work. Now, there can be reasons why the market is in a bad place if there's like a labor surplus or blah blah blah. There's a million reasons why different jobs might not be compensated equally. But at the same time, the guy who like stands outside a store and flips the sign. He's like flipping the sign, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like, well, how Connor, my God, how come that guy doesn't get to, have live by himself and order DoorDash every night for dinner? Like, how come that job doesn't
See,
cover that? Like,
that's not necessarily what I'm
why isn't
looking
that
for.
fair? Well, Connor, why
Well,
isn't that fair? I don't want him to sharpen his guillotine. I mean, wouldn't it be fair?
because
To,
DoorDash,
well,
we all know DoorDash is a wildly expensive, wildly ineffective
Sure,
consumer good.
what I'm getting at, Connor, is that you're building in this concept of deserved and fair, and I
Mhm.
don't know what you mean by it, other than to say that some people think it. You're saying that, like, okay, yes, there are people who will get mad.
Well, a
This
third of the
seems
Democratic
deserved and
Party
fair.
thinks it right now.
Well,
So
but what's funny about them is that they're not those people. Like if you look at who the DSA voters are, they're actually almost universally college educated, low paid people. They're
I
not
know
actually
they're
poor.
underemployed.
Yeah, they're people who got bullshit degrees, right? They paid too like the average DSA voter. It's so
I don't
fucking
know if
transparent.
universally is accurate, but I think a large percentage of them
Overwhelm
are degree having underemployed folk. Yes.
Overwhelmingly, the story is something like this. Like I went and I got a degree in like fucking, I don't know, gender studies or like the inequities of the West or like some fucking useless humanities Marxist coded degree. Then they got out in the workplace and they're like, I'm $200,000 in debt and I have my college degree. Can I be rewarded with a fantastic job now? And people are like, well, that sounds fucking useless. No, you can start at the bottom. And they're like, well, I have all this debt and I used to be in college where it wasn't free, but I got to eat all this great food and I thought it was free because I was paying for it with my fucking loan that I didn't really keep track of. Now I've got this huge debt circling over me and my job prospects don't seem as good as I would like them to be. And I've been taught all about this Marcuse and Gramsci character and God, they seem smart. So I'm a vote for the DSA. And that seems overwhelmingly to be what their base is. Like El Said, I was looking at they had some stories about him. He didn't win any poor districts. It was like everything he was winning was like college towns. He was running up the score in college towns, and that's who was voting for him. So it's an oddity. Like I don't think that this is an intuitively appealing idea to people who are actually stocking the shelves at Walmart.
I don't know if I would have to take a look at the demographic stats. I do remember taking a look at an article that did say a substantial amount of DSA supporters and or members, I think it was members specifically. Members are oftentimes underemployed, highly educated folk. I would need to take a look at what you're saying, which is basically like what is the base, what is the voting demographics.
It's
But
young
this
college grads.
economic but this economic malaise, maybe I'm assuming that it's like so self-evident, but the reason why I'm assuming it's self-evident is because number one, it lined up with my own like working class professional experience. Number two, I seem to hear it all the time, and I also I tend to hear it from working families. Uh, I'll try to be as brief as I can. Um, Basically, working enlisted military, then retail restaurant while putting myself through college, then law enforcement, then entry level corporate job, which did pay well, but I also had to earn every single fucking dollar that I made. It seemed like that a ton of people are stuck at the bottom, and the notion of the K economy is very common. Effectively, that in the 1990s, during a deregulatory bonanza, a lot of people were able to find and make substantial sums of money and therefore support their families and therefore do okay economically. Whereas now, people who are working, like the husband works 40 hours a week, wife works 20 to 30 hours a week, and they're trying to raise their kids, they're barely surviving. And that intuition seems very common. And I think it's part of the reason why extremist politics are so popular today.
But okay,
Like, I
to
mean,
the
how do you even
extent,
explain the Trump phenomena without economic dissatisfaction of the working class of America? Like,
okay, but
70% of his rhetoric is economic populist.
and if you're looking at that, what are the core components of um, economic problems? Let's say, right? It's not
Well, I don't think it's
underemployment.
DoorDash.
Well, but it's not underemployment. Like we certainly have unemployment's low. The the key issues right now in terms of affordability are how much labor there is, right? Which is the immigration question primarily. Um, but and then secondarily inflation. Like those are the two key drivers, right, of the various economic issues you're talking about.
Yeah, but with inflation, at least in my mind, I felt like inflation was relatively under control for a majority of my life, except for COVID and the Iran War. I was born in the late
Mm,
'80s, so basically, like the 2008 recession, at least from my memory, didn't have anything to do with inflation. It had to do with how much speculation there was within the housing market, and then the collapse of the housing market, and then
well,
COVID.
that's a more complicated story, but there were a number of policies put in place by the government to encourage banks to
Yeah,
lend
to
to
give out
people
shitty
who were
loans
to give
for
shitty
yeah.
loans to people who were couldn't really afford it for a variety of reasons, often
Well, a
around
lot of
social
people
justice.
made money during the musical chairs that was that
Of course,
financial bubble.
any I've just, you know, any policy that you implement, there's going to be people in the financial and law sectors that make money off of it. That's just the nature of the beast. But what I'm saying is that a bubble was created as a result of speculation due to a government intervention. And
Mhm.
then when that bubble burst, there was a recession,
I know,
around
but like,
housing
but I
prices.
almost right now with housing the way that it is right now, I almost feel like we should do it again, which I know is probably completely counterintuitive to your worldview, but effectively, like, in my opinion, we have this. Jesus, unfortunately, I wish I had more stats on this. It feels like we have this economic malaise where, for instance, like I live in Central Florida. I was able to buy my childhood home from my parents, who in turn were able to buy it during the reasonable time of the 1990s. But because of the way that housing has become an investment vehicle for the working class and the middle class, a substantial amount of working class and middle class people are barred from the market. They just can't get the $20,000 to $50,000 down payment, the PMI, this, that, the other. They
Mhm.
can't get the cash necessary in order to secure a home. But then that forces them into the rental market. Once it forces them into the rental market, they don't have the capacity to build equity. If they don't have the capacity to build equity, then they don't have the capacity to build intergenerational wealth. And
Well,
so
this is a bit of a this is a bit of like the world has moved, right? Like as somebody who is a homeowner and also like a market investor, um, I'm glad to be a homeowner. I give stability to my family and it does build equity. But the market investments, if you count the improvements and the insurance and the damage, all the stuff I have to do to maintain the home, like a home is actually not a great intergenerational wealth vehicle. Like if you were investing in broad
see,
market
this is something that I
ETFs,
hear from Destiny, and I'm sorry to be
you'd be
fighting
doing
you on
much better.
autistic economic policy, but I swear to God,
No,
I
he's
do
he's
not
he's he's right.
understand.
He's right about this.
I don't understand this statement at fucking all. I don't understand how pissing away $1,500 to $2,500 a fucking month, not building a penny of equity, versus taking out a 30-year mortgage at less than 5%. And then I do understand that there is a substantial amount of money
Well,
that
if you
you're
could,
you're
if
spending
you
there.
could get it at less than 5%, that would be better.
I got out
You, you you
before
you cannot
COVID
get it at less
inflation
than
hit.
5%. Yeah,
Sure,
like
sure. But let's say
taking
that
it
we
out
had
at
a sane
7%
housing
is,
market and you were able to get a fucking mortgage for less than 5%. Then,
but you can't. Like no one can get that loan. Like it's to be clear, it's 7%.
well,
It was
my,
3
my,
in
my
like,
parents with like 800 fucking credit scores and a substantial down payment were. But let's. I think a less than 5% fucking loan on a
I bought a
mortgage
house fairly
should be. Hold
recently.
on. This is where I'm going to prove my progressive economic illiteracy, and you can go ahead and school me in the right wing ideas of whatever. But it's like, no, like the interest rate should correlate with like the money keeping its value and maybe profit built into the financial institution that's generating the loan, and that's it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason why the mark or the fucking loans were 3% or 5% a decade ago was because it was effectively keeping pace with inflation and then a little bit of profit for the mortgage institution. Whereas now, because of the economic calamity of COVID, there's panic in the market, which is why the interest rate is so high, because they're worried that there's going to be another inflationary bubble that would make the mortgage not worth anything.
Well, the Fed keeps interest rates high as a counter-inflationary measure. Like it's not
Yeah.
like these are because we have a federalized central system. They do control to a certain extent what the interest rate is through monetary policy. So it's not like
Well,
if they wanted to lower the rates, they could. The problem is if they lowered the rates, they would fear it would you would either increase or fail to combat inflation. So they're keeping the rates lower. But my
okay.
point is,
Explain this to me real
if I
quick.
can just back up though to talk about
Sure.
the main point, then we can get lost in the weeds if we want. The reason that people view houses as a good investment is that they're inflation proof. Whenever you have inflation, real estate rises with it. But the stock market is also inflation proof. The problem is that stock markets had barriers to entry, which were that you had to be rich to get a market or get a broker. That's no longer true. You can have a $0 fee account and trade on the market. And that stocks were very risky because you were buying an individual company, which could go up or down. But now we have broad ETFs, which mitigate that risk. So as a investment vehicle, I tend to agree with Destiny on this, in particular, because if you look at like, let's say I'm just going to pick a number. Let's say you're putting $4,000 into your mortgage slash property taxes slash home insurance every
Mm-hmm.
month. And let's say if you're renting, it's going to be like 4,400, or whatever. It might be even less than that because the owners don't have built-in equity. The problem is in your first 5 or 6, 10 years, you're only putting $200-300 a month of principal in. It's almost all interest payments, and so you're not actually investing very much. Whereas if you didn't have to take on all the responsibilities of homeownership, you might actually be investing more than that, depending on the math. And a lot of that comes down to the interest rate. If you could buy a house at 3% interest, which a buddy of mine did in 2021, that would be very different than buying it at like 6 or 7% interest in terms of the value of it as a wealth building vehicle.
Okay, but this is my point. If you want to say the pot, this is kind of funny actually. Um, if you had pots of cash that you could put shit into, then you are going to grow your pot of cash that is in the stock market faster than you're able to grow the pot of cash that is in your home. Then I understand. Like I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
Which by the way is currently exactly my situation. When I have money, I look at my brokerage account, I look at my mortgage, and the rate of return on my brokerage account exceeds the interest rate on my mortgage. So as long as I think that that's likely to remain to be true, now there's a question there, but if I assume that's likely to remain to be true and I'm being economically rational, I should prefer the higher rate of return. Now that said, I might be risk averse, and then I prefer to pay down my mortgage. But
right.
that's
But I want to point this out is that you have to live somewhere, right? And
sure.
so when you're talking about people who have expendable income, their expendable income, you could work within you could, live in an apartment and you could be getting charged $1,200 one year and then you could be getting charged $2,000 the next year. But as long as you had your expendable income that you were putting into a sizable investment pot and then you were making a shitload of cash off of it, you wouldn't necessarily care about that 40% increase in rent, which has happened to a substantial amount of people over the past decade, because you had this pot that was growing cash on the side. And I understand that. But even looking at the populations that have investment vehicles within the stock market, it's half of the United States population, 156 million, have stuff in the stock market but 40% of the half of America that have shit invested in the stock market, it's exclusively retirement mutual funds through their employer,
Yep.
right? So we're already talking about like 2/3 of the population not investing in that pot. Then there's
Sure.
like a level of economic literacy that you have to even have the confidence to invest in that pot. And then also, out of all, everyone needs to live somewhere. So if you have a binary choice between spending rent and never building equity, I understand what you said about the interest payments because I've seen my own interest payments, or having so just as an example, I had a $200,000 mortgage. Well, because of the inflationary protection nature of the homeowner's asset, my home is now speculated. Bear in mind, I think there's a little bit of bubble here, but it's speculated as an investment that's worth 700K. So in my opinion, when I fucking die, why would, and let's say that $700,000
Mhm.
in current dollars is protected by the inflationary measure, and I have the choice between renting and homeowning. How is me dying and then leaving 700K to my kids not the obvious choice over renting for the next 30 years?
Well, it's the obvious choice if you are assuming that you are so economically illiterate that even if you could rent and have equal or greater amounts of money to invest in the market as you would based on your whatever goes to principal, because a lot of it goes to interest, but like that sliver that goes to principal, which is what builds your equity. If you're saying that in no circumstance, if you're renting, would you ever invest a similar amount in the market? You would always spend it and just keep renting. Well, then you're comparing it to no equity vehicle, which of course it's better than no equity vehicle. But the point I'm making isn't that. The point I was making is that we we're living in an age where for the first time average Americans have access to market tools and they don't need to pay expensive advisors. They can put money into these investment vehicles with a very low barrier to entry. And that just like people figured out that the housing market is a good way to build generational wealth, people are going to need to figure out that this is a viable alternative because in many cases, the math just works out better. Not all cases. If you live in like North Carolina or South Carolina, where the property values are relatively low and you can get the barrier to entry is low, housing might be the right way to build wealth. In fact, that's where people who do like real estate investing tend to buy because the prices are low. But if you live in the Northeast, the prices have been baked in forever. They're hugely expensive. So the idea that you're going to use real estate in the Northeast to build generational wealth is, I think in many cases, someone like Destiny would be right. And you would be better off doing it through another method, which does build generational wealth through an alternative means. Now, I think a totally separate question is: are people economically literate or illiterate enough to figure this shit out?
That's
And that's a
literally
that
that was literally going
that
to be
that
my
that
next comment.
but that's
Because
that's a fair question, but that's not at all what I was
because
talking about, which is like
sure, sure,
what
sure,
people
sure.
should be doing rather than what they are
The
doing.
Yeah, because basically what off of what I'm seeing, it looks like 20 to 25% of Americans are intelligent enough to take advantage of this. And then it does look like 25% of the population is under the age of 18. So I really wouldn't, be expecting them to be making broad investments in the American economy. So that literally leaves like
So
two
are you
thirds of working Americans without this economic, like maybe just because of ignorance, but also because a shitload of
I
said
mean, but Connor,
Americans.
buying a house is really complicated. Like if you're totally financially illiterate, you shouldn't be buying a house either. Because like I know some people who are totally financially illiterate and they bought a house and they got fucked. They got absolutely screwed
Well,
on
why?
buying a
Because they
house.
bought a fucking variable interest rate fucking shit
They
house at fucking like six
they bought
percent
a very
interest rate, and it's
they
going
got a
up to
very
12.
they bought a variable interest rate that screwed them. They didn't get the correct inspections, or they bought it as is with no inspections. It has a ton of work that needs to be done. They're having problems with the permits. They're having problems with repairs. They're going deep out of pocket in order to like bring things up to
I guess
code.
I have
Like
classist
you can get ab-
hostility.
you can get
I guess
absolutely
what
fucked on buying a house.
no, I think this conversation, I just literally have like classist hostility, even though my family is the kind of people who are like smart enough to be invested in the stock market, and realistically, I should be as well. But like, I think I just have like classist hostility to this notion because every dipshit like even if I walked over to like the black neighborhood, right? Like literally like the working class Joe schmoes, they're mechanics, they're fucking, you know, they're fucking their generational poverty. Every sob story that you've ever heard from a disenfranchised person of color. And I said, hey man, grandma fucking left you the house and you were able to split that equity or whatever. You know, should you buy a house or should you rent? Like pretty much every economically illiterate motherfucker would say, whenever you have an opportunity to buy a house, you should buy a house. That way you can create generational wealth. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it's like the history of the American white working class and middle class that
Sure.
almost all of our generational wealth is tied to
Yeah.
property ownership.
But the thing that the thing that this is that I'm
Yeah,
suggesting is
you're being
new.
prescriptive, not descriptive. I
Well,
get it.
and but also it just didn't exist. Like in previous generations, only
Yeah,
the wealthy had access to the stock markets because you needed a broker and you needed to have an account with X dollars in it to get a broker. And like, so this is just a new thing. And ETFs
sure.
are a new thing. Like, for example, one of the, it's so funny. He never gets any press for this. And it's one of my favorite things he's done. These Trump accounts that are coming out now, where when you have a kid who's born, the government creates an account and it automatically invests in the market in kind of like a time horizon based on the kid coming of age. So it's like you put some money in the account, it invests, it grows tax free. They don't pay taxes till they take the money out. Now, when they're 18, 21, 23, 24, that whatever it is, or longer, they have a nest egg for a down payment or something like this because because the money's growing in the market.
I might be
That's a fucking great idea because the technology exists now, and I do think you've raised these barriers to entries problems, but that's pretty easy. You open up, you fill out some online forms, the government makes an account for your kid, you deposit some money every month, or you
I might just be being economically thoughtless, and I'm truly gonna marinate on what you said, because what I'm kind of hearing, and I wonder if I should talk to my extremely economically literate parents about this, is I have a standard of living that I want to live that is given to me by the house that I currently live in. I do have like a sentimental attachment to it for a variety of reasons. It's my parents' home. I was raised here for a substantial amount of time. My kids were raised here for a substantial amount of time. So I'm not saying that I'm going to do this, but it sounds like if I was a rawly unsentimental, economically literate person, I should effectively like sell this, pay off my mortgage, take the money, the equity that I have left over, basically buy a cheap condo on that's nearby in the right school system, et cetera, et cetera. That way, like you said, equity versus non-equity, you should still choose equity, but then buy a substantially cheaper condo and then take the excess cash generated by the equity of this property and then just put it into investment funds for like literally split it three ways, put it into aggressive investment funds for my kid, myself, and my other kid. And it
it
sounds like you're saying that that would be predictably more likely to generate more wealth than just sitting on this property and paying it off without any other investments.
it depends entirely on details I don't know.
Yeah.
Like for example, like the value of your house, what it would sell for, the interest rate on your mortgage. Like my friends who bought into the market when mortgages were low. Like, oh, how about this? Let me tell you. I'll tell you.
Yeah, but like a
I
condos, there are condos around here for like 200K. So like you could get a very inexpensive condo and have a majority of it paid off.
Yeah, and then another part of that's going to be in terms of short term thinking, like, what's your time horizon? Like a lot of people are predicting that there's going to be a big market dip when the AI bubble pops. right?
Mm.
So if you're looking to have short-term money, investing in the market might lead to a downturn if the AI bubble pops,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I'll,
yeah.
I'll, no,
I
but
take this general advice from Ryan and
and then like
Destiny.
fucking ruin your
And
life, yeah.
I invest in the AI bubble. It pops. I'm
And then he fucking
ruined.
dies in the street. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the next
Um,
time I get to call into the Ryan Mullally show, I'm like, why, Ryan? Why did you give me
why?
this advice?
But here's like here's the flip side of that. If your time horizon's super long,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
bubble bursts are actually a good thing.
Yeah.
Like like the most valuable dollar for dollar money I ever spent in my life was the money I put into a retirement account when I was a teacher, like a 401k, 403b sort of thing, because I put the money in as the stock market was plummeting during 07, 08. I wasn't really paying attention to this. I was just teaching, but like I was going into my retirement account and getting invested. So it bought in when the market was super low. And because it's a retirement account, I never looked at it again. I just get statements and I stopped contributing to it because I stopped being a teacher. But the dollars I put in 07, 08 are omega valuable because I bought the low market and now it's the high market, right? So like the bust is good for you if you're buying when it's low in the long term. But if
Sure.
you have a short time horizon, then you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Okay,
so
so wait till the AI bubble bursts. Got it. The
or if you're
so
or if you're like if you want to be a speculator, Connor, wait
yeah.
till the AI bubble bursts and when everybody else is selling, start
Mhm.
buying.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, yeah, that like, you know, that's the move is you're like, okay, like I've got some dollars I'm not afraid to lose. I'm a buy on the way down.
Well,
You know,
so hold up. So okay, let's move away from specific home economics because I think I have a broader sociological point.
yeah, and I'm not
So
trying to ruin your life with economics advice on a
no, no,
stream.
no, no. I no, but the reason why the home economics is so important, even though we spent like 10 or 20 minutes on it or whatever, which might have been like a silly segue for people who are watching, is because it is the home, in my opinion, it's the home economics that's motivating the economic resentment that's fueling radicalism within our country. So basically, regardless of whether or not you're a Trump economic populist who wants to seal the border and tariff our get a more just tariff regime and blah blah fucking blah, or if you're like a Bernie Sanders social democrat or democratic socialist, whatever's motivating you to these more extreme political factions is typically like economic resentment and insecurity, in my opinion. So, the point of that being, though, it sounds like you are rejecting the solutions of the left because the solutions of the left are addition like not to cut the social welfare programs but to reinforce them effectively add on top of whatever social welfare systems we currently have universal health care, and then once we
Yeah.
have universal health care move on to the next social guarantee,
Well,
whereas it sounds like to you it sounds like, hey, as a part of public education we need to educate people on stock market investment, and then they need to do substantially better economically as individual players within the American game, and that will alleviate the economic insecurity that Americans are experiencing.
it'll do more. You know, I mean, you'll never alleviate it completely, but it'll do more. I think the problem that we're seeing is uh and we're seeing this globally now. Remember when people used to say, "Oh, America's healthcare system is so terrible. We should have Canada's healthcare system."
Yeah.
They've kind of stopped saying that because Canada's healthcare system is kind of coming apart right now. And the reason it's coming apart is
But
that
is
as
that because people actually resent universal access to low cost healthcare, even if it takes a long time and your cancer probably gets worse while you're waiting for a cancer consultation, or is it because we have the memes of euthanizing fucking poor and disabled people? Like what is the actual hostility to Canadian healthcare?
the actual hostility is that it's the quality of service and time to get a doctor is going way down because who the fuck wants to be a doctor in a system where you can't make any money being a doctor and you're going to be dealing with constant government regulation and intervention every step
Well,
along the way.
primarily Indians and Pakistanis. Going to be real, it's
No, but
primarily third worlders who want to be
they,
in a
they
first
want
world
to be
country.
doctors here because they can make money here, but in
Well,
Canada
right, but I'm just saying,
if you have
with
universal health
limited
care,
immigration access across the planet, that I think it's a stereotype stereotype in both the United Kingdom and in Canada that a disproportionate amount of their
Yeah.
healthcare workers are from East Asia or
Well,
Southeast Asia.
and you're going to create a system where, like, if you artificially cap what the doctors are making because universal healthcare is going to have that effect one way or the other,
Mm.
then you're going to need cheap immigrant laborers to be doctors because they're the ones who are going to be happy about the wage that doctors are getting, as
Right.
opposed, and this is kind of a classic. I was having a conversation with someone about this recently where I was like, well, Social Security, the math just doesn't work. And they're like, yeah, well, that's why we need to import more immigrants to make the math work. And I was like, well, this is the classic leftist move where we created a system, the system breaks, and then we need to create like the next horrifying leftist intervention to fix the system that we just created and broke. The problem,
Do you
I think I
view sorry, in reference to immigration, like I don't buy into the left wing, like basically because the French gave us a statute 200 years ago, we have to be open borders.
no,
That's like,
we don't have to be open borders.
well,
No.
but I do want like sane immigration. And I guess my question to you is like, do you view immigration as like a blight or a boon? Because I mean,
Mm,
I thought the common consensus was effectively it's on the whole over time a boon.
It's neither. Immigration is a policy tool which should be used to advance the interests of American citizens. Like you should have more of it when it's helpful and less of it when it's not helpful, right? Like that's
Hmm.
it's not any one thing. It's like any other policy tool. I think right now we are in a corrective cycle because we've had too much of it for the wrong reasons. One of the things that I saw, it got tied up in court again, which is a shame. But like one of Trump's policies was that for certain like H-1B visas, the fee for that the company paid to get the visa was 5 grand, but they could get somebody from another country who would work for like the delta was more than 5 grand. So they'd get someone at a very low wage and they'd actually save money, right?
Hmm.
So Trump tried to increase the fee for the visa from 5 grand to $100,000. The
Hmm.
idea being, well, you're not saving money on labor now, right? Like
Yeah.
if you're using it, it's because you really can't find someone in America to do the work. But if you have to pay $100,000 on top of their salary, you're not saving money hiring
Right.
this person from, and that got struck down in court and I've been following it since then. But like that's the sort of thing where I think people intuitively understand that there's a problem, like that people are bringing in labor because it's cheaper and that we don't have to do that. That's a choice. We're choosing for that to be a policy that we're putting into place, and it's having effects that both culturally and economically that people don't love, and they would
Do
rather have there be less labor and higher wages, lower housing costs, this sort of thing, which have I think been a problem, and then culturally there's problems.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is effectively the liberal, especially like the apologia for left wing immigrant policy, I suppose, is that, and sorry if I butcher this, but effectively that like, let's say that you have a low wage immigrant who comes in, right? You have a Mexican immigrant who comes in, and he has four, and he's an agricultural worker, and he has four people who come in with him in order to do the agricultural work. So American citizens are benefiting because those people are probably making minimum wage or less than minimum wage. So your produce is cheap, but then also you're getting the benefits of them being within the community, at least from an economic standpoint. So those four people are going to rent an apartment. The renter of the apartment is going to be making money. They're going to be buying, sodas and coffee and food in the local economy. So the local businesses are going to be raking in revenue, profit, and tax dollars. And then not just that, but if they have a kid, let's say that they actually find a little farmer's daughter that's sweet on them, and then they have a kid, then not only do you have a new taxpayer, but effectively, like you have basically that kid is going to go into the school system, and then the school system is going to raise them, and then that person in turn is going to become an economically productive person within the United States of America. Now, of course, that comes with some rapes and some murders, and some drug activity, which isn't great, but the argument is effectively like on the whole. there's a lot more people who are contributing to the local economy and contributing to the local tax base over the rapists and the murderers and the drug trafficking. So, how do you feel about that narrative?
I think it's oversimplified because there are countervailing forces as well. Like, for example, if you're somebody in your earlier example who stocks the shelves at a Walmart, that's the sort of job that is very sensitive to oversupply of labor, and your
Mhm.
wages are going to be decreased by having a lot of cheap, unskilled labor in the market who are willing to work at lower rates. So if you're the Walmart stalker, you might have a problem with flooding the zone with cheap labor because it might decrease your wages. There's also now these aren't final, but there was there's like I think HUD put out a study that said in urban areas about 20% of the increase in housing costs in urban zones was due to immigration during the Biden administration.
Hmm.
So, like that'll get that figure will get vetted over time. I think this was an initial draft, so I don't want to like bet the house on it. But the reason it's intuitively interesting is that yeah, if you're not building more housing and you have more people, then you're going to have increased housing costs because you have the same supply and more demand, right? So
Well,
housing
that's
costs
part of
might
the
go up,
reason
and
why I wanted
that might
another
be a bummer for
fucking.
you.
That's why I wanted another. I forget the law that enshrined uh the housing rush. I forget what it was called. I think it was Bernie something. There was Madoff, or I think wasn't Madoff like a Ponzi scheme guy. That
Madoff
there,
was a
there
Ponzi scheme guy, yeah.
yeah, there was some guy. I think his name was Bernie. He used to be like a lefty. His nipples were protruding through his shirt, and Donald Trump tweeted about his nipples. But that guy, he was a part of a co-sponsor for legislation that was effectively meant to alleviate housing discrimination against like poor folk and black folk or whatever, which caused arguably the federal government to back mortgages in such a way that the entire market was like, let's build shit as quickly as we can. And so that caused the housing boom of the 90s and thousands, which eventually led to the bust. Now, here's my thing that's kind of like interesting. So I think that with that 20% increase in let's just take it on face value. 20% increase in price due to overwhelming demand for housing. And then a lot of housing has shifted to the rental market because most people can't afford a mortgage right now. So my instinct is like, well, fuck it. People need houses now. They need these vehicles for wealth now. Let's start another subsidization, federal subsidization in order to start a run on new construction. And we'll just run a fucking bubble for a decade and then it'll implode again. But at least we'll have a shitload of new housing. But
Well,
then this,
we just did pass a housing bill,
well, good.
which is
But
designed to incentivize new construction. I don't know how effective it could be, but they did just pass a law.
good. But what's interesting about this is demography, right? So since like if you look at the demographic numbers, I think the only thing that is keeping us with a positive birth rate is immigrants. Like I think it's truly the only thing keeping us with a positive birth rate or close to a positive birth rate within the United States. Whereas places like Korea are, they're basically expecting a 30% disappearance of their population in the next like generation or two. And so if we froze immigration the way that Trump wanted to, we would go into a negative demographic replacement rate. And then within a generation, 30% of the population might disappear. And then I expect housing to be substantially cheaper because literally people will be living in fucking ghost towns.
Well,
So
but the weird thing
maybe
about
that's a
that is
solution.
the weird thing
Maybe the
about that
degrowthers are right.
is that the birth rate issues are so tightly tied to ideological issues. Right, like, you don't see
Mm.
like, the birth rates aren't, like, below replacement in for, like, devoutly religious communities. Like, it's specifically well, here, I'm not using liberalism as, like, in the sense I normally use it. If you talk about, like, the modern egalitarian progressive ideology in its, like, broadest sense,
Yeah.
that is very tied to a declining birth rate. But, like, in many senses, like, I'm not, by the way, I'm a deist, not a Christian, but like, I do believe that most people have neither the time, inclination, nor aptitude to build a functioning moral system from scratch that governed them, their lives, and their communities. The overwhelming majority of people need to rely on traditions and wisdom that's been passed down to them. And be fruitful and multiply turns out to be better advice than the opposite. So we have a bit of a problem here, but it's one of those odd things where it's like, on one hand, you're like, man, our ideas are so bad that we're as a group going extinct. You know what we should do? We should invite in the third world. It's like, well, you could also just like work on those ideas, right? Like we could try to do something about no, 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 no. The ideas are good. We're going to keep the ideas. We're just going to go extinct.
One
That's the plan.
one of the things that I do find ironic, and I think Jen Winkler did it literally the other day, they brought up like, well, if we set up these extreme social welfare blankets similar to Scandinavia, then we would improve the birth rate. But then you look at Scandinavia and they have the same or arguably worse birth rates than us. And so
Yeah.
it's quite clear that the social welfare systems actually don't have much to do with whether or not people choose to have children. And then not just that, it seems like the inverse is almost true. It seems like people who are threatened, who are economically insecure, who are in dangerous situations, they are more likely to have children and raise said children than the people that are materially, financially, socially, politically, militarily secure. And it's kind of wild how our instinct is to increase security, but it actually correlates with a decrease in fertility.
Yeah, well, it does have that weird correlation, and then also I think that there's a need for some kind of like counter propaganda,
Yeah.
right? Like, my whole life, and especially in my professional circles, because I work in law, almost every woman I know, and these are very smart, capable career women who've done very well. Like, if you're working in areas where I've been working, you've done very well for yourself. So I'm not knocking any decisions that they've made, but these are women who prioritize their career to an extraordinary degree. And most of them have kids very, very late if they choose to have kids, right?
Yeah.
And under those circumstances, you're going to have a low birth rate every time. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not I have a strong libertarian streak. I don't like the government telling people what they can and cannot do, but
Hmm.
I think that some of this is a cultural thing, and that's the proper way to fix some of these issues. Where it's like, what happened to like the glorification of like the importance of running a
Family.
home and having a family and raising kids? Like there's a for my whole life, there was this like big, big cultural pressure on women to do the opposite, to delay having families, to or not do it, to prioritize having a career, and that is just a cultural pressure, and that can be changed.
What
Like
what
there could
was
be
what was
different
the
cultural pressures.
show? What was the show with Tim the Toolman Taylor? What was that
Home
show?
improvement, home
Home
improvement.
Improvement. Dude, Home Improvement is like the last except for Modern Family, which weirdly enough, Modern Family has like a lot of progressive and liberal signals in it as well. But Modern Family and Home Improvement are the last two shows that I can think of that actually show like the challenges of family in a wholesome way where the dynamics are comedic and the challenges are to be overcome and of course in Modern Family, the main dad is depicted as a fucking buffoon. But at least Tim the Toolman Taylor in Home Improvement was depicted as a beloved buffoon, a wildly
Yeah.
successful beloved buffoon. So I don't know, man. I think there's something to that where there is like an extreme anti-natalist, hedonistic, nihilistic cynicism in our culture. And if you point it out too, if you're just like, hey, in pop culture, we used to have like pro family messaging, and that has all but evaporated over the past 30 years. They'll bring up like two TV shows in a sea of anti
Oh yeah.
natalist propaganda.
And by the way, the same people who are putting out that propaganda are the same cohort that we were talking about in the educational setting, right? Like, like
Overeducated and underemployed.
well, no, well, like remember we were talking about like this kind of like this group that has this like Rawlsian blank slate vision, where they're like, wouldn't society be better if men and women occupied the exact same roles in society by and large? Because it's a blank slate and humans don't have a nature. But then it's like, well, it turns out that if you push that, then we stop having babies and we go extinct. So maybe like that might not be it might not be the case. And I think the Scandinavian countries bear this out because they have maximum egalitarianism, but they have not resulted in flattening of sex differences. It's resulted in the magnification of sex differences, as Jordan Peterson so famously pointed out. The like it could be that on average, men and women, but shocking, are fairly different and will do different things if left to their own devices, and that's might be a good thing, and it might be the case that we've gone a bit too far in some of these cultural pushes towards blank slatism and egalitarianism, and that we can fix some of what ails with us by simply focusing on like tradition and human nature and doing the things that actually have an established track record of working, as opposed to these kind of like wild cultural experiments which we've been engaging in recently.
Yeah. I think that that's going to be the next step conversationally for you and me is basically going to be um because what it sounds like to me, and maybe it's because I've been in the Twitch and YouTube lefty debate sphere for so long that I've only accepted, and weirdly enough, I think this is something that Sargon of Akkad pointed out. I've either accepted left wing social and political prescription, or I've criticized and said why it's stupid. But I've never really creatively thought outside of the box of like, what kind of society could we actually create that doesn't accept this rawly materialist egalitarian justice frame of living and actually prioritizes like other principles of a good human life that don't fall in this like alleviation of material burden and then like raw like I guess liberty is the best way to say it. You know, like you cannot criticize what people do with their liberty, but you should alleviate their material suffering and then leave them up to their own devices after that. And that really is like in my opinion like the lefty prescription. And then not only that, they just really disagree on the level of material deprivation or alleviation of suffering that they should do. But besides that, they agree on the purpose.
Yeah, they want to have not only do they want to have egalitarianism in the government where the government cannot just, cannot discriminate, though of course they actually mean the government will discriminate in the ways that they prefer. That's actually what they mean. But
Mm.
then they want to say that culturally, you aren't allowed to personally discriminate between things that work and things that don't work. Like you're a bad person if you notice a behavior and you're like, well, fuck it, I don't really want to participate in that. Like like in New York City,
Or if you bother to criticize it.
yeah, well, like in New York City, you're not allowed to not hire someone because they smell like weed during a job interview. Like that's a
That's a
discriminatory
rule?
reason.
That's a
Yeah,
law?
that's New York City is very dumb human rights law. That like so, but here's how that plays out in practice. If someone shows up smelling like, yeah, anyway, like it's you can imagine how that plays out. People show up smelling like weed. They don't get hired, but not for that reason, right?
Sure.
Like there's a pretext created, but
Yeah,
it's
but the instinct to even enshrine that into law out of
is
some sense of
idiotic. It's fucking
egalitarian
stupid. Yeah,
alleviation of the discrimination against the marijuana consumer. Yeah, that's
is
fucking silly
bizarre.
as shit.
But like here's what I'm looking forward to, Connor, and maybe I'll leave it at this because we always ramble in these conversations, which is part of their charm.
Hmm.
Um, you did this DGG thing. You had this falling out with Destiny, which obviously doesn't affect my view of you because Destiny fucking hates me. So there's no, I'm kind of removed from all this sort of thing. And we've had disagreements about primarily what to do about Trump and Trumpism, but also that's running its course. So it's an interest. I'm interested in what happens next for you because you've exited the DGG sphere at the moment when Trump is going to start being a setting sun of American politics. And I'm curious what happens next for you because you've been doing the anti Trump thing for a long time now. and there's going to be like a new alignment of politics in the future, and you're a free agent all of a sudden. So this seems like an interesting moment.
It is and I think that's where my audience and I are at a crossroads, so to speak. Obviously, I want to retain my Lockheed liberals. I still like my grill hottest project of basically trying to get the sane people from the center left and center right to work together. However, I don't know if it's going to survive the rebirth of the right, where effectively, and I do think that there's two paths that are ahead of us. Of course, more paths could emanate over time, but there's going to be like the techno feudalist Trumpian successor in excuse me, in Vance, and then there's going to be I strongly recommend Rubio's Munich speech. But Rubio seemed to try to be synthesizing like old school neoconservative talking points with MAGA America First sentiment, but then also he's extremely technocratic and wildly pragmatic. So there's a part of me that would love to see a synthesis of the economic angst that motivates MAGA through a technocratic Republican who has to pay some lip service to MAGA in the Trump movement, but he's not captured by it. And that's like a new right wing that I would be extremely interested in. Although obviously like 70% of my audience would still be hostile to that movement because they would view it as a mask on continuation of the Trump movement.
Of course. Well, whatever happens next, it's going to be labeled as worse than Trump somehow. So yeah, of course that's going to
Right.
happen.
See,
But
and that's where I'll be excited to throw elbows because if they're like Rubio cut taxes for capital gain, like if he does something like that and they're like, this is worse than Trump, then I'm gonna be like, hold on, guys, hold on. Like let's
yeah.
pump the brakes here. Like
Well,
let's
I think
remember
that
where we came from.
what I'm hopeful is that the right, maybe more gracefully than Trump has done it, but that the right continues to chip away at some of these progressive overreaches rather than taking the over Burkean approach, meaning that just because it is the status quo means that it must be accepted, right? Where
Right.
the right is only a break and never a direction. Like I think
Yeah.
that's a mistake. And to the extent that one of the ways that I've kind of like thought about the Trump era is that people desperately wanted that. They wanted not just a break, but an actual directional shift. And he represented that, though he has all his other quirks and problems that come with that territory. And if that spirit is maintained by someone like I mean, it could be Vance, but I think more likely a Rubio or a DeSantis character who's a bit more of a pragmatic operator and a bit more able to, you know, do the work if they can get elected. They are less charming. That would be very, very interesting, but that's not a given. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I need to see what the vision is. The of the quote unquote new new direction, and I'll end with this just because you said you 10 to noon and I like to keep these things around 2 hours so they're listenable as like a consumable single content piece. But with Trump, I think that so much of his narration was palingenetic, and I'm not trying to say that to undercut him as like a fascist or whatever specifically. I'm just saying it was we used to be great. We used to have all these things awesome. If you want to visualize the 1990s or 1980s as when we were great, cool. If you want to visualize the 1950s or 1960s as when we were great, cool. But we need to get back to that. And so that feels like a instead of a break, that feels like a yanking back further than the break would quote unquote allow, so to speak. Whereas if you were talking, but he did promise a quote unquote new direction. So yeah, I would be extremely interested in a technocratic right wing vision of the future of America. Because if it's just tax cuts, I'm going to be pissed.
No, I think it can't just be tax cuts. And I think there has to be like a willingness to actually revisit some things that have not aged well. Like, I mean, one of the things that I just did a stream on, Jake the lawyer put out a video and I reacted to it because it's interesting. Like the 17th Amendment that took away the state's ability to put senators directly in the Senate, that sucks. That sucks real bad because if only it means that like the people who are in the Senate are not beholden to their states and are in fact creatures of the federal government, and that there is no the state itself is not represented in the federal government to say like no, we actually don't want to have strings put on our state power, like our liberty through federal spending in this way. Like the states are poorly represented as power bases.
Ooh,
And
because it's democratic and it's like a national. Well, I mean, it's not national; it's local, but at the same time, they become creatures of DC. Whereas if they were appointed by the state legislature or the state governor, then they might be advocates for the state.
yeah, well, like let's say there's a law that says something like we're going to give the states money, but it puts all these strings on them, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to like it'd be very contrary to states' rights or states' policy, but it's like a political win for you as the senator nationally because you're elected directly by the people. The the state is not represented. The state has a different interest than the senator does, which is not great from a like federalist perspective. Like you know there are problems that are inherent with these some of these progressive fixes I think have aged badly and could do with some reexamination. Birthright citizenship is another one that like the case was lost, but that like it's aged badly. It's a bad policy. Like, does that mean that you could
You're
just
just
change
here
the
to piss
Constitution?
off the chat right before we leave, huh?
Yeah. Okay. I'll ask you this, chat. If it's such a great policy that we inherited from England, how come England no longer does it? If it's such a great policy, how come the country that we ostensibly inherited it from doesn't do it anymore?
Hmm.
Because they changed it because it doesn't work in the modern era. So whether, you know, whatever your view of it is constitutionally, it's a bad policy and there should be some groundswell around changing these things in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Hi,
Well,
man.
cool. Well,
Good talking to you.
let's put a little bow on it. You want to shout anything out before we wrap, and
Yeah,
then
I'm gonna be. I did this members only on my side, which was a disaster tech wise. I'm not sure I'll do that again. But tonight I'm gonna be talking to Wick about how I saw this whole DSA thing coming, and that I Godspeed. I hope he wins, but I think he's gonna lose. So if you want to see me and
if it
Wick,
gets spicy, what I'm hoping is that you jump in order to say I told you so, and then either some fucking DSA simps are like, let me on, you know, like Pisco's like, let me on, I'm gonna fight Ryan. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And then if it gets spicy, I'll probably cover that early next week. So
look, you know, as much as me and Wick have a good relationship and a long backstory, I when I go a Wick show, I expect to be ambushed by at least one call-in at this point.
let's
That's just
go.
kind of like
Nice.
the odds of Destiny calling in to yell at me are like 50-50 these days. So, you know, it is what it is.
Based. Base, let's go. All right, King. Well,
Hi, man.
it was
Talk soon.
cool catching up, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Hi, man. See you later.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jen Winkler said that she wanted to move on to Conduit. I'm sympathetic to that. If you guys want to watch the Conduit premiere as the second segment of the day, I'm down for that. Let me just go ahead and thank the people who did donate. We had Anonymous Chatter for 5. Women without their own income also ended up tethered to shitty men for money, so depends who we're talking about when you say it's worse now. True. Anonymous Chatter for 5 says, our economic model requires growth, so the real question is, why was the supply of housing not growing? Rather, 3 million illegals came in or not. I agree with that, but I think that has to do with the regulation, and it also has to do with fear from builders in reference to new construction, considering the boom and bust of 2008. I'm not saying there aren't new neighborhoods. I live in Florida. There's new neighborhoods going up all the time, specifically because of the influx of the population. The truth is, though, that the new neighborhoods have just not kept up with the amount of people who have come in. So then I think all these other ones I read. So Anonymous. Oh, hold on. I didn't read these because these were mid-conversation. Anonymous says, this depends on percent of earnings spent on housing. Yeah, I do have a classist resentment against Destiny and Ryan Mullally for just saying, like, just figure it out and invest in the stock market, dipshit. But because literally 3/4 of the American population, 25% of whom are under the age of 18, so I don't expect them to invest. But literally 3/4 of working people and half of the population of the United States do not have investments besides retirement accounts. And most retirement accounts are matching or non-matching 401ks that are put at moderate, aggressive, or low risk investment mutual funds. And that's it. So to just say, like, yeah, just rent five head is kind of silly to me. It's not that it's not correct. It's just that it would take an entire cultural and educational shift in the way that Americans perceive the way that they make and maintain their money. So, Solidus Snakey says, Pol Pot is based, huh, Ryan? I don't know what you mean in reference to that, Solidus. I really don't. Fashion 40 for the 5 says, Mullally is a very disingenuous person, but he's up there with Andrew Wilson. Well, guess what, guys? I'm going to have to go conversate with the right wing if we're going to grow, because I think my liberal growth has stagnated and not only stagnated, but also been hostile since the fallout with DGG. Fashion 40 with the 5 says, the Dems are fighting the communist far left harder than anybody else. Conservative media are conflating them with the moderate Dems. They are, which is politically expedient to them within the binary choice of general election politics, Fashion 40. I agree that the right wing, the liberals probably have to fight the commies the hardest because they will be drawn into a political binary, and then everybody, including Joseph Biden, are going to be called communists. Fashion 40 says, is this administration not basically heading in the direction of tyranny? Answer Mullally, the class is waiting, and then you said something very rude. I did ask him that one. Fashion 40, renewal for 10 months. Thank you. We're coming up on a year. I appreciate you, King. Well, QC John with a 20. To be split between my two online bosses, 07 sirs. Well, QC John, thank you for giving a 20 to me. I don't know if you donated to Ryan, but thank you for your donation here. Old School with the 2, Fell Runner with the 5, Dumpster Buzzard with the 5. And what we're going to do is we're going to flip over to the Conduit live premiere. I'll rewind it a few minutes, and then we'll... hold on, let me move you guys over here, and then we'll just take it from the beginning. Because Conduit is hating on Hassan Piker, and that could be fun. Could be fun for me. And it's a nice chill way to roll into the weekend. We're not doing Valor Reacts today. Dan Pace is busy. And so it is what it is.
One left populist candidate that I have not done any campaigning
Hold on.
with.
Let's get to the beginning of the film. Oh, is that the beginning? Oh, 7, 6, 5, 4. Here we go. I found it. All right, let's bump the audio. Let's do an intro, and let's get into it. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I got a little bit of Conduit content today. So Conduit is a friend of the channel. He's got 13K subs. He does video essays. Effectively what he does is he watches people that we all hate, and then he criticizes their ideas in video essay format. And so he released, I spent another week watching Hassan Piker, and he's gotten worse. I need to get some water. I will be right back.
You know, sequels are never as good as the original.
At least this is what I think that I serve the purpose of. They see all of this stuff happening in the news and they're like, this makes me angry. Why is no one communicating the anger that I'm experiencing? And I think they see me as someone who has shared values to a lot of these people, where they go, oh, I get it. This guy gets me. I felt lonely before. I didn't realize that there were other people who also felt this exact same way. And my job is also to obviously inform people. So I think a lot of people see what I have to do as almost like Zoomer NPR. where they just tune in and they get some of their news while
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the background while they're doing chores or at work, and I'm just kind of speaking and walking them through the day's news.
I might have gotten overly ambitious with this one. Where my last video on Hassan was an hour long, covered 7 days, and took about 3 weeks to make, this time around, after 3 weeks, I'm at the 1 hour mark, and I'm still on day 1. I watched the full week. I want to convey the whole thing, but since these videos are by extension about the current events of the time they are created in, the further we move away, the less relevant it becomes. So I'm going to post what I have here as a part 1, and it can serve as a full-length video in itself. The rest of the week will go to supporters of my Patreon and YouTube members if you're still interested. I very much appreciate each and every one of you. I always take the time to individually type the names of everyone who gives enough to be included, rather than just copy-pasting an exported list. And there's some wild stuff in there, like...
I do not even condemn Hamas.
Like, I would love to go to Iran. Make no mistake. I think it'd be awesome. But if you're gonna do like Down with America, you should say Marg Bad America. I don't know why he pussied out and he was like, Down with America. You should just say Marg Bad America, Marg Bad Israel. He was like, down with America, down with the Zionists. It was just weak shit. It was weak. It was weak. Yeah, I don't think there are any red states. They're just incompetent Democrats. You genuinely think we will get to socialism by voting? I've explained my theory of electoralism and using electoralism, wielding it as a weapon on numerous occasions. Chatter. Electoralism is not the end all be all. It's just one of the many readily available and perhaps a very viable option for change, especially in the interim. What gives?
You can join now or when it goes up. Also, real quick, my merch site is having a sale if you're interested. I think the stuff there is pretty neat. No obligation beyond subscribing. You are obligated to subscribe. And also share this with anyone you know who doesn't yet see the problem that streamers like Hassan pose to the health of our political discourse and our democracy. It's not just about wanting healthcare and free buses. It's not about trying to fight the Trump administration. First and foremost, the enemy that Hassan has set himself and his audience upon is the Democratic Party. The assumption of DSA candidates is that they can automatically win general elections with what they promise. They think that everyone is a secret socialist waiting to be awakened to class consciousness that has been brainwashed by corporate media. The subsequent conclusion is that the only real opposition they face to gaining power is the Democratic Party. If you don't believe me, here's the opportunity to see for yourself what a random day on Hassan's stream is like.
You saw a clip and you misunderstood what I was saying in the clip. I mean, if you show me the probably 10-second long clip, we can find the longer clip and we can arrive at the actual statement that I was making.
My goal here is not to take us.
I'll bite. That is one of the most annoying Hassan defenses possible, is that everything is out of context. No one could possibly just disagree with him or think he's a piece of shit. That is truly the most annoying Hassan Dick Rider comment.
Hassan out of context. I watched the entire week so I can grasp the entirety of his arguments in his own words and realize.
Hey, Conduit, good to see you, King. Basically, if you want to support Conduit, jump over to his stream. I'll go ahead and it's a premiere right now. If you want to support him or if you enjoy his content, then there you go. There's the link.
Relay that to you. If you disagree with the conclusion that I draw, you can just go and watch the full videos yourself. I am abbreviating, I am not misconstruing.
Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin.
Sorry, I had to cut the audio because of copyright. But we begin on a promo vid talking about how Hassan has interviewed a bunch of DSA or DSA adjacent candidates, and they're all doing well and the media campaign against him backfired. Alright, fact check off the bat. How many candidates has Hassan actively supported or collaborated with, and how many of them have advanced in their elections?
But I still love it. A new Plattner smear campaign has hit the election. Smear campaign is an insane way to describe the allegations. What happened? Is Graham Plattner cooked? I wasn't paying attention. I'm talking about art. Get cultured. Get educated.
Before the big story of the day, Hassan struggles to tell his audience about the museum he went to with his mom.
One thing, it seems like no one wants to hear about this perspective, by the way, which is kind of crazy. A lot of you are uncultured swine. I'm trying to forcibly pump culture back into your lives right now, and it seems like everyone is not invested in this at all. And you learned this yesterday. No, I knew about this, man. Shut up. Can I just explain it? Can I explain a story to you? Like I'm going on a journey and I'm taking you there with me. Is that okay? Is that okay? This is the last bastion of defense to maintain an understanding of artistic expression, the journey that it's taken throughout history. These are some of the bravest Fedayeen out there.
Why did he slip that word in?
That was my take on my visit to LACMA. I made the mistake of telling you about it. Hassan Piker is pushing Democrats towards a luxury belief agenda. Oh my God. Unbelievable that it's a luxury agenda to demand health care.
Time to get serious. What did Trump do this time?
What Trump did is unacceptable. As the most powerful nation on the planet, calling up the head of FIFA to be like, take this fucking suspension away.
Oh, well, FIFA is notoriously corrupt, so in the scheme of things, this seems kind of banal.
Donald Trump is actually, on this issue and this issue alone, worse than Adolf Hitler.
Not the example I would use to draw comparisons to Hitler, but maybe he has a point.
It's kind of crazy, but it's true. Nazi Germany was more open-minded, at least saw the benefits of like the international goodwill that they would receive from hosting a global event like this, and allowed people to enter the country. There was no restrictions on like referees and shit. You know what I mean? In spite of their very clear agenda of racism, completely cast that aside and was like, nope, the Somali referee not being allowed into the country was so unacceptable.
The Nazis barred Jewish and Romani athletes from representing Germany, but please continue handing it to them.
Like he had to go in and he had to molest it somehow. He's just such a fucking molester. Lester the molester ass motherfucker had to go in and cheapen it. American liberals have become so used to Trump that they think that they forget that the rest of the world still rightfully views these sorts of controversies as disqualifying of whatever he touches. Yeah.
Using a Nate Silver opinion to paint all liberals as used to Trump is bad for so many reasons.
Like this is the funniest part about it is that like we've completely capitulated to Donald Trump's madness, right? Here in the United States of America.
We have not. I don't know why you would say this. Democrats have repudiated Trump to his face.
Every state. Good, I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
And won in court against him multiple times.
But for the rest of the world's perspective, they looked at this and go, what the fuck are you doing? The question always is, what happens if the Fourth Reich is a nuclear armed state that happens to be the most domineering force around the planet?
Hassan describing the Trump administration as the Fourth Reich is particularly obscene of him because of his refusal to properly get behind Kamala Harris.
It's not a good place to be, and that's kind of where we're at right now. Democrat.
Old School with the Five says, I'm heading out to watch the show Foundation. Great production value, and Jared Harris stars as Han. Harry Seldon plus Lady Demerzel is hot. I have seen some clips from Foundation that were wild. I will absolutely be breaking down Foundation as a part of the sci-fi series. I think it's going to be like late dark age of technology. So effectively like right before Dune, right before the robot revolution, right before the cybernetic rebellion against humanity. I'll probably do Foundation.
If they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen.
This was one of the dumbest clips in Hassan Piker history, right? Regardless of whether or not you like him. And I think his whole defense for this clip too was effectively like, oh, specific to Gaza. Specific to Gaza. But I'm going to play it again just to make sure that we have the clip.
It's not a good place to be, and that's kind of where we're at right now. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen.
Okay. Anybody who thought that the Democrats wouldn't be pressuring Israel to be more humane in Gaza and or the West Bank and or south of the Litani River is a delusional moron. Anybody who thinks that the Harris administration would have endorsed the the fucking ethnic cleansing or ethno-religious cleansing south of the Litani River is a delusional moron. Anybody who thinks that Bibi Netanyahu would have dragged Kamala Harris into airstriking Iran is a delusional moron. So the fact that this guy has the fudging stones to have this clip running around out there and he's like a vital and important political commentator, it does drive me insane. Nameless Henchman with the 5. Thank you, King. Hassan may not be the Joe Rogan of the left, but Ryan Mullally is the Hassan Piker of the right. Nameless Henchman. I gave you 5 minutes earlier today, not because you were being critical of me being a fan of right-wing technocracy, but because you made it gross and sexual. Anyways.
Listen to them. Why? Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel, right? Because at least there was some level of parity in the pre-nuclearized world, right? Like before mutual assured destruction.
That is just so incredibly not true. I don't know how you could come to that conclusion.
Before nuclear proliferation, there's some level of parity at least, right? There, you can muster up the forces and fight back. That's what World War II was about, right?
That's not... What?
What do you do? How do you fight back against that?
You work to prevent it at the ballot box.
And what is our responsibility as American citizens to move away from this attitude?
Voting.
It's important to think about these things. Simply sitting around and hoping that China save us is insane. That's not how that works.
Wait, so in this hypothetical, is China the good guy?
Ironically enough, there are a lot of liberals on the timeline who yesterday were saying Abdul al-Sayed is bad because he hangs out with Hassan. Graham Plattner is good because he doesn't hang out with Hassan.
That's not ironic.
I have no connection to the Plattner campaign. I have no idea what they're up to. I have no understanding of what has taken place thus far.
This will be what consumes most of the day. Not the story of the allegations against Graham Plattner, but Hassan making absolutely sure that no one thinks he is connected to Plattner or that he had any enthusiasm for Plattner.
This was the ridiculous one. Oh, they would go into like an Iraqi home or something, and yeah, that seems like a Israeli disinfo campaign. Politico's dropped something. We'll take a look at it, but the timing of it is somewhat interesting because the dropout date for Graham Plattner is July 13th. So if Graham Plattner drops out before July 13th, they could just hand select another candidate. It could very well be an instance where people were like some Democratic consultants knew about it and they were waiting to see if they should drop this at all, given that it's a damning accusation, right?
The logic here is completely twisted because Democrats have nothing to gain from withholding this information. For all the talk about not liking Plattner or the progressives, they ultimately want the power of the majority, and that requires winning their elections. There is nothing to gain for the Democrats in intentionally staying in the minority.
So we'll read it. This is not normal. There is no country on the planet where the leadership is this out and about with their corruption. Erdogan is an unbelievably corrupt tyrant. So is Vladimir Putin. He oversees this kleptocracy. But there is a level of discretion that these tin pot dictators and petty tyrants engage in.
Tin pot dictators are almost definitionally this obvious. It's Western media not doing a lot to highlight them that makes it seem like they aren't so blatant. Saddam Hussein's kid, for example, was notoriously insane and evil. They made a movie about him. Bashar al-Assad had a wild car collection. They don't do a lot to hide it, and people don't do a lot to look for it.
Donald Trump has done away with that, where what's unique about it is he doesn't even feel the need to hide his corruption.
I promise, he is not unique among dictators. He's unique among US presidents.
As Americans, we fancy ourselves to be real revolutionaries, carrying on the spirit of 1776, but it's not a secret that in most circumstances, we're very servile.
That's why all the protests against him break records.
It is very interesting to see how the rest of the world views what Trump is doing versus how Americans view it, where they're like, this is our molester. There is a continuation of American imperialism, for example, from the Biden administration, and Trump 1 to Biden to Trump 2.
The Biden administration was not imperialist. If anything, it was the least imperialist administration we've had for the last 50 years. Honestly, by the proper definition of imperialism, the only administration you could use that term to describe is the current Trump administration. God, it's like Every criticism he levies at Trump just rings hollow in the face of how little he did to try and prevent it from getting power.
A continuation.
If I could steel man Hassan Piker, the United States of America, and I'm just going to say it, is in like through unilateral and multilateral commercial and military alliances, is responsible for the security of 2/3 of the world's economy, which exceeds, isn't it like $100 trillion at this point? I think it's China, Russia, Venezuela, and North Korea that are technically outside of our financial and military orbit. Even weirdly enough, Vietnam, of all people, is technically in our military and financial orbit. So the point is that like that's what he's saying is that the Biden administration, the Democrats in general, they perpetuate the power of the military commercial machine just so we can steel man this rabid communist sack of shit. Not that we need to. Just some
Situation that existed between George W. Bush to Barack Obama before Trump won.
Also, no, Obama increasing the usage of drones during a period of severe unpopularity for using troops does not an imperialist make, and his unwillingness to help Syria would further validate this claim.
It was a lot harder to explain certain concepts to Americans in the rest of the world back then because there was an element of discretion, there was an element of propaganda, there was an element of decorum that sheltered people from seeing the truth.
What Hassan is talking about is tact and diplomacy.
That's gone. No, I know. Oh my God, Michael from Pennsylvania. Yes, I have it right here. I have it. We're going to get to it in a second.
Mike from PA is a friend of Hassan who is incredibly smug and self-righteous.
I'm so glad Kamala Harris lost. Can I just say that? Can I just say thank God Kamala Harris is not president of the United States? Can you imagine how dire things would be?
He also has a habit of saying things that are either extremely dumb or hateful.
Can you imagine how dire things would be?
Or just making outright threats that violate Twitch's terms of service with only occasional and usually minor repercussions.
One thing that you will learn in politics, and sometimes there are people out there who have no humanity. They do not care and they are unreachable. We start going, well, maybe this happened when they were a child, or maybe I'm misunderstanding, or maybe this, maybe that. Oftentimes you will try to placate them. That Richie Torres is utterly unmovable. He lacks humanity. He lacks feeling. He lacks anything but his sociopathic drive for personal power. And this is what separates a socialist from a liberal. A socialist is somebody who looks at that, who looks at Richie Torres and says, he needs to be destroyed. We have to handle this man. We cannot practice empathy anymore. He is a class enemy. A liberal is someone who lives in perpetual denial and circles the toilet bowl drain until Richie Torres flushes them. What separates me from a liberal is that I see this man and I don't feel anything but the urge to protect the community and the world from him. He cannot be reformed. He has to be separated from us, and he must be removed from any position of power. Liberalism is superficially charming. It's why it appeals to sociopaths. But I know what.
Listen, man. You can say a lot of bad things about me. You can say a lot of bad things about me. At least I'm not like a fat Jesus fucking LARPer fed posting stochastic terrorism on Twitch. Like, listen, man. You can say a lot of bad things about me. I'm happy I'm not Mike from PA, okay? Anonymous with the 5. If I can steel man Hassan, did you run out of balls to smash with your hammer? How do you even say that without bursting a blood vessel behind your eye? Because, like, you should understand your enemies, right? You should understand your enemies. The same way that I think anti-communist action in the 20th century, while the politicide in Indonesia that the American military and CIA supported was horrific, and then the Vietnamese campaign was failed. In general, I still support anti-communist diplomatic and military action across the planet And I support America having diplomatic and military ties with 70% of the world's economy. That is a form, it's not imperialism in the classic colonial sense, but it is imperialism in that we're trying to be the world hegemon. So if I understand it from one direction and Hassan agrees with me descriptively, I just think it's good and he thinks it's bad, then I don't think we need to appeal to like a colonial definition or an ancient world definition of imperialism in order to criticize Hassan Piker. We can still hate him while being accurate in our descriptions.
What is your perspective other than serving the whims of the Israeli government so you can get your AIPAC bribes, you scum? Honestly, if I were Adam, I would have a stack of pictures. I would have a monitor set up to play videos of fucking Palestinian children being murdered, and I would stuff it down the front of his fucking shirt.
Guys, stop looking at Michael Dell's wife. Okay, just avoid looking at her. Okay, yes, I see it. Avoid eye contact, please.
Like this.
Okay, we're finally at the Politico story about Plattner. I'm curious to hear Hassan's perspective given his take on the last story alleging Plattner's abuse that we will also be covering here.
A lot of establishment Democrats hate this guy, right? A lot of people in the pro-Israel side hate this guy. And the criticisms that he should have received were obviously criticisms about his numerous tours and then going back into Blackwater, things like that. Those were red flags for me. The Nazi tattoo was a red flag for me. Those weren't red flags for the average American and certainly not the average Mainer. This article seemingly is bad. This article seemingly is different.
Because this time the person making the accusation is not a Republican.
Very different from a Republican operative coming out and being like, oh yeah, I had a touch and go moment with Graham Plattner. I wouldn't even say he like physically abused me or anything.
Yeah, he touched her with explosive force to go into a bedroom.
This is a serious accusation of the highest order, and it has all of the hallmarks of a verifiable accusation. As you guys know, my policy on this is, believe women doesn't mean reflexively assume that all women are incapable of telling a lie or anything. It just means like don't reflexively disbelieve women.
If you're dismissing a woman's claim because she's a Republican, then you don't believe women. It's not about the capacity to be a liar. It's about your presumption of what their motivations are without evidence and the claims being made despite evidence.
Yes, contemporaneous communications is huge, especially if they are before he was in politics. Exactly. Central Committee is correct on this.
There was. They have ignored it.
Here's the other side of the story. I believe this accusation. The timing of this, on the other hand, is once again fucked up. The timing of the drop is in the column of rat fucking, but the accusations are certainly real.
There is no fucked up time to come out with your experience of someone's violence. The political ramifications are the fault of whoever did the violence, not the person who needed to brace themselves for the inevitable public backlash. You deal with it for what it is.
Do with that information what you will, but...
And what Hassan is going to do is wield these accusations as further, actually, it's the Dems that are bad ammunition.
Is this rat fucking if they're giving him time to drop out, I guess? Well... We'll get into that in a second.
That guy gets it.
This is the random lady who came out and was like, I hate Graham Plattner and stuff like that. And I initially thought that it was because of some potential foreign intervention. It turns out it was because of this story.
Which foreign?
I still stand by what I said about Fifield, by the way, especially considering that she spent a good deal of time, not just like being a Republican operative, but specifically defending Brett Kavanaugh against those very real allegations.
I was wrong, but really, doesn't that just mean I was right in a different way? Introspection is for nerds.
I said if there was corroboration at the time from friends of Lindsay Fifield.
There were, and it's incredibly bleak that no one in Hassan's audience will call him out for it. Rather, they aren't able to call him out for it.
It wouldn't matter whether or not she was a Republican operative. New York Times simply called it unsettling behavior. That was Rasico's statement on the record. Unsettling behavior can be a wide range of things. Lots of centrists blaming you today for Graham Plattner. Out of all of the crop of left populist candidates, Graham Plattner is the one left populist candidate that I have not done any campaigning with.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is the rape.
It's the one left populist candidate that I have shown scrutiny towards.
You can't claim pragmatism in the face of how hard you have previously decried any kind of compromise.
Apologies to everyone who's been warning you about Graham Plattner from the beginning, you performative coward. Yeah, okay, dude.
Now, despite the stream starting off with a montage of AIPAC and the establishment trying and failing to stop Hassan and his preferred candidates, in the face of criticism from a chatter, he retreats into the turtle shell of, no, I'm just a streamer. You're obsessed with me.
I love when people go, hey, this ginormous incident, how can I make this about my least favorite Twitch streamer?
And of course, he makes it about another streamer he doesn't like and Israel.
Are you okay? How are you any different than the fucking weirdo Epstein fans who literally saw October 7 and then watched as Israel started bombing Gaza, immediately killing more people than October 7, and went to work to be like, this is our opportunity to make sure that we compile every single thing that Hassan says so we can make this a national story later down the line.
Let me just remind you what
Yeah, this cutesy woo small bean bullshit is so annoying on Twitter. I really don't like fucking go out of my way in order to like yell about Hassan Piker on Twitter. As a matter of fact, I'm not as active on Twitter as I used to be, mostly because I've gotten banned twice, and so I don't want to put in the effort in order to build up another profile just for it to get permit again. But the point being like this, oh, I'm a Twitch streamer, I'm cute, I'm uwu, I'm kawaii, right? And then what does he actually do though? And by the way, he's a national news story whether he wants it or not. Okay? He's a national news story whether he wants it or not. If he wants the credit for canvassing and popularizing democratic socialist ideas and socialist ideals, you're going to have to take the heat, bro. You're going to have to take the heat. The I'm a cute boy, kawaii, I'm so small bean, why do you care about me? That shit ain't going to work.
this is in response to.
Apologize to everyone who's been warning you about Grand Platinum from the beginning, you performative coward.
There is not a single topic of discussion on Hassan's streams that he won't tie back to Israel in some way.
If you see incidents taking place of national consequence and your first thought is, how do I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer? You're not going to make it. Shut the fuck up. People will now try to utilize the Grand Platinum allegations to imply that like all Bernie crats are this way.
Or maybe they're going to criticize the people who enabled Plattner far longer than they should have, and you're conflating the allegations of him specifically with that to discredit them. This might have had some legitimacy if the allegations came out of nowhere, but given how many people were talking about how this guy wasn't going to last, it is completely fair to criticize Bernie and Bernie crats for this, especially since this is yet another case of Bernie's supremely bad judgment of character.
Stop acting like you weren't falling for him too.
But remember, Hassan was just being pragmatic.
I told you honestly and sincerely, given the information that was readily available at the time, that regardless of my scrutiny, that he was a far better candidate than Janet Mills, who was pro-Israel, and a far better candidate than Susan Collins.
It's the same line over and over.
I would go so far as to say that the timing of this is maybe not even potentially a rat fucking, but instead the timing of this is most likely so that there's an opportunity to swap out the candidate.
You could say that all the other articles about Plattner's history were an attempt to do that as well. The tolerance for all his issues because he said the right combination of slogans should be interrogated, given this is the upteenth time it's happened.
Because when you are talking about the Democratic Senate majority, you're talking about potentially millions of people, hundreds of millions of people. Will the Democrats gain the Senate majority and be able to hold Trump accountable, be able to set up hurdles in front of Donald Trump?
Again, it is so disingenuous that he cares about holding Trump accountable after he didn't do anything to prevent him winning in the first place.
Like, that's a huge ordeal.
Listen. After calling Joe Biden a genocidal monster, enabling a genocide in Gaza, after saying that it was a moral failing of the Democratic Party that was effectively like so vile and so evil, it was effectively perpetuating another Holocaust. After he said that the mainstream and liberal Democrats are complicit in what is effectively a new Holocaust, then at the very, very, very last minute, he said, I don't know, Trump might be worse, so vote your conscience. And then when asked how he voted in the most recent election, at first he said, I'm not going to tell you because I don't want you to, basically base your behavior off of what I do, which sounds like he voted third party. But once pressed, then he said, oh yeah, I did vote for Kamala. And like, I get it. He's in California. It's a blue state anyways. What is Hassan's level of electoral impact? Blah, blah, blah. Is he outcome determinative? All that kind of shit. But at the same time, man, like, we are talking about an electoral landscape in which elections are being decided by like less than a few thousand votes. So is Hassan Piker individually responsible for outcome determinative election outcomes in the state of Georgia, Arizona, New Mexico, and Pennsylvania? Probably not. But is his political tribe responsible for the overwhelming sentiment that the Democrats were not doing enough in reference to Israel and Gaza? And then some of them, not Hassan Piker specifically, but some of them even insinuated that Trump might be better on Gaza than Biden and Harris because he went to Dearborn and like ate some falafel or some fucking hummus or some shit, and he was nice to some random Arab Muslims in Dearborn. You know what I'm saying? Like that is fucking batshit that anybody even remotely considered that a sane talking point.
That's why I was so critical of Jake Auchincloss for casting aside the Senate majority because he was worried about Graham Plattner's perspective on Israel. It was fucking ridiculous at the time, right?
Utterly shameless. But hold on to your hats because it's about to get worse, and you need to tough it out because you need to understand what is happening here.
There are plenty of people I despise, even in the Democratic Senate, that I would never cast a vote against in order to build a reliable coalition against Donald Trump, to hold Trump accountable, right? Adam Schiff. I voted for Adam Schiff. He's my senator.
Hassan supported the Trump administration arresting Schiff last year because AIPAC.
Oh my God.
Part of that is...
Oh my God. Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my God. I hope they arrest him. Oh my God. I hope he goes to prison. Yeah, this is political. Sure. I don't care. Lock him up. Lock him up. I know Trump is doing this out of pure malice. This motherfucker got like $6 million from AIPAC. Shifty Schiff.
The idea that he would admit he voted for him is either 1, a lie, or 2, an admission that he knowingly rat-fucked the Democrats with Israel because Schiff was on the same ballot as Trump in the 2024 election. But wait, there's more.
He's a freak. He loves Israel. Not a great Democrat at all. And I voted for him. Why? Because you have to have some level of accountability against this administration.
If you want to hold the administration accountable, then on some fundamental level, you were aware of the danger it posed beforehand. And the takes keep coming and they don't stop coming.
No, being a part of the military is not a fucking red line, dude. And it's the same for IDF as well. I've already said this. The best possible candidate is always and forever going to be an art history PhD that worked at Starbucks and has your background. Suspiciously is identical to your lived experience. We got it. If you've ever read, for example, any Israeli new historian, with the exception of Benny Morris, you have read the works of prominent anti-Zionists who served in the fucking Israeli occupying forces. Shut the fuck up. I've never wavered on this principle. Someone's past is only indicative of who they are as a person now if it corresponds to their current behavior.
Absolutely not true. Hassan has on multiple occasions completely misconstrued people's past actions as who they are now, regardless of whether or not those past actions are even real. Most notably, Hassan has gone after his former podcast host's wife as an IDF baby killer.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy.
The person that they're calling a moderating voice said this, which is the reason why there is an active petition, an active application for a warrant for his arrest by the ICC. Yes, Avi Shleim, Ofer Kasif.
Avi Shleim has unfortunately turned into a bit of a crank, which seems to be the inevitable conclusion of every Israeli historian, because now he supports Hamas, and Ofer Kasif is literally a communist in the Israeli Knesset. Hassan's idea of redemption in this context is extremely narrow too.
Worked at Starbucks and has your background. Suspiciously is identical to your lived experience. We got it.
Hassan also explicitly rejects the parts of Avi Shleim's historical narrative of Jewish migration to Israel that he doesn't like.
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
They left because they were being
They had a place
threatened.
to go,
Let's
and they
hear what
wanted to
your
go there.
respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
Even
listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs. It was persecution by the government. And I concede that.
Take the 4K ring off your finger next time you read imperialism, you dog. Which is the 4K ring? You're hallucinating. I guess he's talking about the cock ring.
Fantastic.
But what I said at the time was, were people in love with Graham Plattner because he's a white guy, or were people in love with Graham Plattner because of the policies? That remains to be seen.
And now it's time for Hassan to call out his Twitter enemies. Since they're still criticizing far-left candidates after Plattner, that must mean their problem must be with their political positions and not with the people themselves.
Because the very same people that attack Graham Plattner, who are now feeling vindicated, are still attacking Abdul al-Sayed. As a matter of fact, something very strange happened yesterday to one of my prominent haters, Sarah Longwell. Oh, no, it was Shannon Watts. It wasn't Sarah Longwell. I apologize. It was Shannon Watts.
Shannon Watts is the founder of Moms Demand Action, the group that protests for better gun control. Hassan doesn't like her because she doesn't like him. And under normal circumstances, that would be the end of it.
I will never support any candidate who proudly campaigns with Hassan Piker. To which Deep responded with, this is an endorsement of Graham Plattner. To which she responded with, yes, Graham Plattner is better than Abdul al-Sayed. Something along those lines. Probably the worst possible time to come out with an endorsement of Graham Plattner.
Recall how earlier in the day Hassan was talking about his frustration that people were mischaracterizing his relationship with Plattner. But now he's the one tying someone he doesn't like to Plattner instead.
Over Abdul al-Sayed, a take that will live in infamy. Yeah, another one from the centrist. The difference between el-Sayed and Plattner, and why Plattner is a better candidate than el-Sayed is perceived as a far-left wacko. Plattner is perceived as a military douche with a temper. Voters love douches. They hate socialists. This is what happens when you literally define your worldview off of opposing me.
Everyone is obsessed with Hassan. He's not obsessed with anyone.
Shannon Watts endorses Graham Plattner for Maine. He hasn't asked. Persuade me. I appreciate that he hasn't aligned himself with Hassan Piker. It's the one smart thing his campaign has done so far. I was willing to let my scrutiny of his background aside, given that he was far better than both Janet Mills.
And once again, Hassan was not a big fan of Plattner.
And also Susan Collins. His policies are what mattered to me.
We shall see.
The lesson for the left, you should only ever run Muslims. I mean, this is a joke, but there is an advantage that comes along with running a Muslim candidate or a black candidate or a brown candidate. You have to overcome great fucking trials and tribulations to get to that point. With an untarnished reputation, they are held to a far greater standard, which was ironically the point that I was fucking making on that Pod Save America episode.
This is a really weird argument, not because there aren't high-performing non-white candidates for public office, but because it contradicts a lot of his feelings towards the members of the Democratic Party already elected, as well as the ones who lost their elections to his endorsed candidates.
They now have a new goal since Plattner isn't fighting it. Tar Morris Katz and invalidate left-leaning political operatives. Morris Katz and the Fight Agency are a very good ad agency, but they are an ad agency. They are not a political organization. Morris Katz worked with Micah Lasher. Micah Lasher is a massive supporter of Israel. See, while I like the ads that they make, their job is to make ads. This is entirely separate from the Democratic Socialists of America. But at the end of the day, it's just an ad agency. And I have made that very clear.
Yes, they are just an ad agency. Morris Katz running cover for the allegations against Plattner before they became impossible to ignore and being defended by Zaron Mamdani is completely fine and normal.
If you're going to start listening to women in the party, then stop listening to this vile misogynist who insists that we all blindly support an unvetted, unqualified, untrustworthy man. Okay, I'm going to quote retweet it and say, Shannon yesterday
Hassan going over the process of his social media engagement is meant to tacitly direct his audience in whatever direction he wants them to go in order to harass people he disagrees with.
Because Plattner had not campaigned with me. Don't try to rewrite history, Shannon.
I can't prove anything with 100% certainty, but the timeline appears to line up that when Hassan started going after her, people adjusted her Wikipedia page to make her seem more suspicious. And this also happened to Haley Stevens' page.
Was pissing the door? Wait, what are you talking about? You guys can't hear my pissing. What the fuck are you talking about? One of the problems with this, the Bernie endorsement is that they're going to use this as an opportunity to fuck Bernie up, dude, which I don't think is appropriate. I don't think it's acceptable. I think it's unacceptable.
It is so fair and appropriate given Bernie's extensive history of poor judgment.
I mean, they're already fucking attacking me. And my...
Okay. Who's this chick? Who's this chick? Sorry, I'm sufficiently racist and sexist that I'm unaware who these black women are. I know this is John Fetterman. Besides the Zio shill shit, why does everybody hate John Fetterman? Like I understand what is it? He voted to keep the government open. He said immigration enforcement is a necessary part of the status quo. He said that like he is a blue dog Democrat, right? He's a union guy. He's a guy who was, at least as far as I understand. So, but if he still votes with the Democratic Party 90% of the time, besides the Zio shit, why does everybody fucking hate his guts? I really don't get it. And then Cenk Uygur, as much as Cenk Uygur sucks, I don't think he's like a bad guy. And he lines up with Bernie's policy platform. He's always been very progressive and woke and critical. So why is Cenk Uygur such a piece of shit? You should watch his interview. We did watch some of his Jon Stewart interview, and he just kind of seems like he's a little strokey. He's a little lost in the sauce, but he seems quite insistent that he is a blue dog Democrat. He might be more social conservative than a substantial amount of like Californian Democrats or whatever, but like you do understand the history of the Democratic Party was included in like Rust Belt unions. So that's actually like the one part of the party, weirdly enough, maybe because I'm white and I'm racist. That's the one part of the party that I actually sympathize with, is like the hard-working man who works 40 to 60 hours a week in a union job. And if his grandpappy hadn't joined the union, then they wouldn't have any of the benefits or pay that allows him to have a moderately standard middle-class life in the suburbs of fucking Pennsylvania or the suburbs of Detroit. You know what I'm saying? He's everything lefties hate about liberals. Are you talking about Conduit or are you talking about Cenk? I think Cenk is quite progressive. So, hold on there. Somebody said something silly, but I think I lost it. He's basically a Republican. I think with his voting record, I think that's just horse shit. I know that's like a common... How often did John Fetterman vote with Democrats? I think it's like over 90% of the time. I think literally the few votes that he hasn't voted with the Democrats was to reopen the government over the ICE protests. Him thinking that ICE is a necessary evil. And then Israel. Senator John Fetterman votes with the Democratic Party approximately 90 to 91% of the time. Fetterman himself has stated that he routinely supports his party's positions on more than 9 out of 10 roll call votes, though he has drawn considerable attention and criticism from progressives for breaking ranks on high-profile issues. Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't those high-profile issues just Israel in keeping the government open? Literally, you're saying he's a fucking Republican because he votes for fucking... He's a Zionist. And he wants the government open and he believes in open, like fucking border security? I don't know. Good luck with that.
Bernie's extensive history of poor judgment.
I mean, they're already fucking attacking me. And my level of involvement with Plattner is non-existent. And they're fucking making it seem like I was the one who found him out of nowhere.
And Hassan did nothing wrong.
The far right, the Republicans, the fucking... right wing of the Democratic Party are all going to use this as an opportunity to shit on Bernie Sanders and like left populists amongst their ranks. They're going to try to fucking hit this with like, they're going to try to be like, oh, this is just like Abdul or something when there's no comparison whatsoever, right?
Yeah. Someone somewhere, you're acting like I mischaracterized your comment. He's basically a Republican, but he didn't campaign that way, and most Dems would keep him in the party. They just wish he wasn't that way. Somebody who votes 91% of the time with the Democratic Party is pretty much a Republican. Should I check like Thune? Is number one, is he a congressman or is he a senator? Is Fetterman a congressman or a senator? He's a senator. Okay, so let's think, how often did Marco Rubio vote with the Democratic Party as a senator? 10 to 15% of the time for a roll call vote. Come on, man. Come on.
And they're nasty little perverts.
Nasty little perverts. People who are rightfully upset that an extremely critical midterm race has been made needlessly chaotic due to the same group of people who made the last election needlessly chaotic. If the DSA et al. Would learn something from the consequences of their actions, they would probably receive less overall criticisms, but instead their only strategy has been brute force.
The political opportunism of establishment Democrats is so expected and gross. Yes. There's going to be a lot of like rat fucking, a lot of opportunities to just like the establishment Democrats are going to use as an opportunity to just like do whatever the fuck they can.
And you definitely haven't been doing that. But hey, at least now we can talk about NATO and Turkey. Nothing controversial there.
Turkey's the table again. Turkey's the motherfucking table again. Jokes aside, like not because Turkey's at the table, but it's a very important summit because like Ukraine is fucking pummeling Russian oil refineries, pummeling Crimea.
Has Hassan's perspective on Ukraine evolved at all since the war started, given his whole...
Ukraine's fair claim comes after other countries' fairer claims. You can't just say, well, sorry, a map was drawn there, so that's just how it is. Any news article from the West, okay, not just the East, but from the West, you will recognize that Crimea, straight the fuck up, is in line with the decision made in the annexation, okay, in the fake bullshit, phony voting that was conducted in the annexation. And for some reason, not a single fucking person ever that wants to talk about Crimea ever brings that up. Any opportunity for diplomacy, this NATO summit, given the leverage that Ukraine has currently, could be a unique moment to do that. Fucking Donald Trump is the worst mediator. Like, I can't even believe I'm saying this, but he's even worse than fucking Biden somehow.
Joe Biden was not a bad negotiator domestically or internationally. The intransigent problems of the world are not going to be solved by one person unilaterally declaring what the answer will be. You might disagree because you see the office of United States President as a throne from which you can issue decrees that override the political, cultural, and personal preferences of people anywhere in the world, and that because someone like Trump can do bad things, that means equal and opposite good things are therefore possible. What you are describing is imperialism, but good.
To come to a manageable conclusion here, one that is devoid of some of the ridiculous red lines that were on the Russian front, demands for territory that they had yet to acquire militarily, no standing military for Ukraine. Like, these are all ridiculous. It always felt as though like Russia was just simply playing along.
Jen Winkler says, senators or congressmen, House and Senate together, they're Congress. I'm only mentioning this because I'm trying to cure people of saying it. Destiny included, but I think he has stopped. But Jen Winkler, you know what the hell I'm saying, right? Where a senator, like, I don't even pay enough attention to this shit. I really need to brush up on my American civics. But how often are American senators up for election? Term senators serve terms of 6 years each. That's probably why I was thinking that there were like staggered elections. It's probably because of the senators. The terms are staggered so that approximately 1/3 of the seats are up for election every 2 years, dude. That's where it came from. That's where I was thinking of the every 2 year shit, where I was wondering if congressmen served for 4 years and if they had staggered elections. But when you say, is it representative? Is that the better way to say it? So hold on. Sorry, Jen Winkler. I know this is so silly, but like, to be honest, I'm just kind of very passively consuming. I'm very passively consuming the conduit video just because like I want to support a bro and I want to hang out with you guys a little bit. But you know, realistically, I also want to. I want to go make lunch, man. That's what I really want to do. But anyways, I think this is what you're saying, Jen Winkler, and correct me if I'm wrong. So congressman is an overall term that encompasses senator and representative. Is that what you're trying to say? Because normally I would say like congressman, you know, Congressman fucking, I don't know, Maxwell Frost. Congressman Maxwell Frost. But I've heard congressman also used interchangeably with representative. I've heard it said as Representative Maxwell Frost. Watch the fucking video. It's good, you fuck. Oh, okay. All right. I get it. Sorry. Jen Winkler just wanted to correct me. And I understand now.
With the notion of a ceasefire in an effort to continue making additional territorial acquisitions.
So this is going to sound like a bad faith interpretation, but I'm not just taking the statements he's making here in a vacuum. I am observing the totality of his coverage. This sounds ostensibly really reasonable, except the way this has been phrased intentionally obfuscates what the war's end would actually look like. Hassan lists a bunch of stuff as unreasonable, but doesn't actually say what reasonable is. Additionally, earlier in the day, Hassan was willing to call the United States imperialist. He will not use that word at any point to describe Russia and Ukraine.
Russia has been aggressively pummeling and punishing the civilian population of Ukraine, Israel style, let's be real, directly engaging in war crimes.
This is the closest Hassan will get to calling what Russia is doing in Ukraine a genocide as well, despite it being worse than Gaza on every metric.
The U.S. shot its Patriot PAC-3 WAD for Israel. That stockpile won't be replenished anytime soon. Ukraine knew that, but they're betting that their long-range strike campaign will hurt Russia more than Russia's unimpeded missile strikes will hurt Ukraine. That's what's going on right now.
Mark Ames is a tanky, meaning that when he isn't posting pro-Russia or pro-China content, he's engaging in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
Hitting energy infrastructure is literally a war crime. Strange, not when it's Russia. I mean, fuck Putin, but no, I didn't say that it's not. What are you talking about? One side is trying to gain leverage over the invading party by attacking critical infrastructure, and it's succeeding. As far as gaining leverage, Ukraine has succeeded. Like, if both parties are engaging in war crimes, you have to look at who the offending party is. The offending party is not Ukraine. I'm sorry, that's fucking ridiculous. The offending party here is Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine.
Okay, so there's some things I want to say about Hassan's Israel analysis after that comment, but I think what really broke my brain on this is the way the attacks on refineries are treated as leverage, as though it's about limiting concessions in negotiation rather than a means to break Russian supply lines. Time to hit pause on breaking news because we have a special guest.
His name is Nick Paul. He hasn't been on the broadcast in quite a while.
Hassan's friend Nick shows up. At least I think they're friends. I mean, Nick says they are, but I don't get friend vibes.
Last time you were here, you got into a lot of trouble.
The last time Nick was on stream with Hassan, Hassan played Houthi terrorist propaganda and exited the room, leaving a confused Nick by himself to deal with the aftermath that would go viral. And despite clearly breaking TOS, Hassan did not face any consequences.
No. They do
they
do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking their actions all the time, and they love walking over. They love walking over like the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side. They will always like march on it. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. An unwitting participant, because I told you about my opinions, and there were plenty of opportunities for people to like clip super short bouts out of
people love doing that, by the way.
Really leaning into that officer-involved shooting language there. The goal for this collaboration will be to teach Nick the basics of politics. What are the basics of politics for Hassan? I think you know.
Can I tell you what my mom said?
Is the basic of politics going to be Israel bad? Because that's not the basics of politics. Oh, shit.
What did your mom say?
So my mother literally thinks that you're a better son to her than I am.
Okay. I mean, she's right.
Yeah, she is. And then she says, tell him the suits are perfect. It goes like this.
Wow. This is why I've been wearing the suits.
Ick, very ick. Maximum levels of ick.
A lot of conservatives come in here to watch lately to see what's going on. And as a chatter correctly pointed to, wearing a suit, basically like lingerie for old conservative ladies. Yeah, they love that shit. Gets them horny. And in their horny moment, they just are a lot more receptive to what I have to say. This is how we spark the revolution, ladies and gentlemen. If you're lobbying for a foreign government, if you're doing stuff at the behest of a foreign government, you have to like register as a foreign agent.
Okay.
Except for Israel, of course.
That isn't true.
I'm going to be honest here. Can I be honest?
Mm-hmm.
I really only get my politics from you and from Asman.
For once, me and Hassan are having the same reaction to something.
Dude, your brain has to be fucking melted if that's the case.
Well, keep in mind, my brain doesn't really work that well, so it doesn't absorb much.
Nick needs to work on his self-esteem. So there's this thing called self-talk.
This
Shown
is
me.
why your mom wants me to save you.
Yeah, it is.
Because she's an adult and understands that you are not one.
I can sometimes be oblivious to when gentle ribbing goes too far, and even I'm like, damn, dude.
My mom is watching, and she's
Okay.
talking about me working for you. And she
Okay.
says, tell him you can start off at the bottom, maybe security or housekeeping.
You are not good at either of those things.
All right, well, that's cute. I appreciate NM Pull trying to be like a human being in this person's orbit. I just feel like he picked the worst person to be in political orbit with. Although I will say, conduits, like saying that you like Asmongold or you go to Asmongold for political takes and you go to Hassan Piker for like political takes is like saying that you go to Nick Fuentes for political takes and you go to Vosh for political takes. There's obviously like a huge chasm of political behavior between these two creators, and it's fucking wild that you would be able to even attempt to reconcile the disparities in ideas between these two people to the point that I kind of think this guy is just saying large creator names. Now, Sapien Green for 100 DKK says they should make an obligatory lesson in school called Apologia, and then they can just fill the curriculum with videos of Hassan Piker. Yeah. Apologia, actually, it obviously lines up with the word defense, or excuse me, it lines up with the word apology, but within rhetoric, it oftentimes means defense. So you're kind of doing like an excuse-making defensive statement for an organization. As a matter of fact, apologia definition. An apologia is a formal spoken or written defense that explains, justifies, or vindicates someone's opinions, positions, beliefs, or actions rather than expressing regret. So, yeah. Fuck this motherfucker.
How would you be able to do either of those things? You would be terrible at both security and housekeeping.
Okay, time to get pissed off again.
Why not just go hang out on
Mitch
the beach
McConnell's
somewhere?
job is not as stressful as mine.
Is not.
No, fuck no. Being a senator is very different than
Really? Don't they have to like know what's going on? And
senators have a much easier job than most human beings.
So Hassan is helping a guy run for Senate, and he doesn't even know what the responsibilities of the position are.
You sit there and you basically have lobbyists come to your office and say, we want a new bill that will allow us ease of access. Like we want a new oil pipeline to open up, Exxon Valdez, whatever, something like that. We'll write the legislation for you. All you need to do is introduce it. And if you do that, next time you run, we'll open up our coffers for you. We'll give you like tens of millions of dollars in super PAC
I'm
money.
confused.
The responsibilities of a U.S. senator are centered mainly on gathering information on constituency needs and negotiating with other senators to meet those needs. While the day-to-day responsibilities like committee hearings and floor votes might seem like a low-stakes reality TV show on C-SPAN, as Hassan said,
Because when you are talking about the Democratic Senate majority, you're talking about potentially millions of people, hundreds of millions of people. Will the Democrats gain the Senate majority and be able to hold Trump accountable, be able to set up hurdles in front of Donald Trump?
take as an example Senator Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly became a senator in 2020. Despite the pandemic, he responsibly traveled across his state to find out what people wanted and what they needed. The cynical
Hold on. Got a dono. Grassroots says, this hurts so much to say, but Hassan Piker's suits are much, much better than Destiny's suits, and I don't think Hassan Piker's tailor should be summarily executed, and Destiny's tailor absolutely should be. Dude, should I invest in some suits? Is that the move? So this weekend, I'm literally getting done with stream today, and I'm going to pick up the kids. So I'm going to have a chill Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If it's not storming too bad tomorrow, I'm probably going to go to the YMCA. We're going to go to the splash pad in the pool. We're going to have a good time. But one of the things that I'm going to be doing this weekend is, hopefully, you can hold me accountable for this, is swapping out monitors so I have a lower monitor and then moving the camera down so it's at eye level so I can do Rhino segments and not have the camera angle be weird and basically setting it up. But I used to have really nice suits, dude. I know the Men's Warehouse is kind of like a brand that might inspire frugality, but I went to Men's Warehouse before I got a sales job, and I was told that I needed like 3 or 4 suits throughout the week, and I got some banging fucking suits, dude. Banging suits. I don't know if I want to wear a suit for 5 hours a day, but, you know, it's not off the table. I used to wear it for substantially longer.
View is that this was a propaganda trip, and while that's somewhat true, that doesn't make it inherently misinformation. He needs to show his constituents that he's listening to them, and when he gets legislation passed like the CHIPS Act that brought billions of dollars worth of tech investment to his state, that is the culmination of all that work.
And everyone knows that this is the case.
That doesn't sound like that's legit.
In like 96% of races, the side that has more money, the side that spends more money on ads, wins.
Bernie Sanders likes to say this a lot, and while there is a high correlation between money spent and candidates winning, the causation is much blurrier. Name recognition and incumbency play a huge part. In 2024, 95% of incumbents won re-election. The fact that you're in Congress already proves your effectiveness as a fundraiser. It also means that you have the necessary infrastructure to fundraise already set up. Being less known means the challenger is at a disadvantage in establishing networks. Money is a problem, but it's not the whole story.
So you as an individual can only donate $3,500 now.
Right.
And you can do that for the primary. You can do that for general. So the technical max out is $7,000. I have done so for many candidates around the country.
You know this can be looked up, right? Not every candidate has updated their FEC filings, but given the most recent numbers and how long Hassan has been doing this, I am comfortable saying that he has not, in fact, donated to multiple campaigns. If I'm proven wrong later, I'll update in the description or some such.
Not only that, but also I could personally even like hide that I was doing this. And many people do. Some super PACs don't, like dark money. Super PACs refuse to disclose and don't have the duty to disclose who's giving them money. You can be an anonymous donor.
Okay, he's on the right track, but that was very poorly worded. If you donate to a super PAC, you or anyone can probably find you on Open Secrets or the FEC website. Dark money is when you filter donations through a nonprofit that provides money to a PAC. Not everyone does this. Dark money is also not inherently bad, given that some ordinary people might have valid reasons for wanting to hide their identity. But if you're putting millions individually into a campaign, I think the public should know who you are.
Let's say you give the money to the super and you expect a favor later. How do you guarantee you even get that?
Once again, money talks. There has been really funny moments, though. There are some Democratic politicians that have actually received money from AIPAC and AIPAC shell corporations like UDP, United Democracy. Sounds great, right? United Democracy Project. Who doesn't like democracy that is united? Well, it turns out, wrong. That's actually an Israel shell corporation.
I did not edit that. The entirety of Hassan's answer was money talks before pivoting to AIPAC.
Candidates that will then deny the wishes of the majority, if the majority of the public is saying, like, Israel has done a genocide, Israel's an apartheid state, we should stop giving them weapons. They're using those weapons. We should stop spending tax dollars and arms shipments to this country that's like murdering children with it. We should spend that money here on U.S. soil fixing the fucking potholes, right? Like, that's what you would think.
Okay, this is Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage in 2016 put a sign on a bus that said, England sends a bunch of money to the EU. Let's spend that on the NHS instead. And so, England voted for Brexit, and Nigel had to immediately backtrack and say, actually, I can't promise that money will go to the NHS.
Can you guarantee that's going to go to the NHS?
No, I can't.
I say this because every time someone says let's stop paying for X and instead pay for Y, there's no actual guarantee that the switch will happen. Money doesn't just sit in a pile at the IRS waiting to be siphoned by whatever project gets set up, though shifting it is not as easy as turning off one switch and turning on another.
Politicians are less responsive to those demands when they know that their re-election chances are coming from money that is pro-Israel money.
Your re-election chances are not determined by Israel. Israel does not run the government. Just because Hassan will repeat it over and over does not make it true. I'm sorry.
Hold up. Can I disagree with this? I'm pretty sure Jamal Bowman was ousted specifically because, despite being a progressive Democrat, he was an outspoken critic of Israel. I'm also pretty sure that, like, AIPAC spent an insane amount of money in Thomas Massey's district. Number one, because he pissed off the Republican establishment, but number two, because he was a vocal critic of Israel. So, like, I'm not saying that Israel is the sole determiner of whether or not you get to win in American politics, but if you become an ardent and hostile critic to the state of Israel, AIPAC will oftentimes back your primary and general election rival. If you have any chance of winning whatsoever, they will back your rival. As a matter of fact, didn't AIPAC literally celebrate their impact in Thomas Massey's re-election campaign? So like, for me, it's not as simple. Once again, like nuance and truth always get lost in the sauce. It's not as simple as saying, if you're pro-Israel, you're going to win, and if you're anti-Israel, you're going to lose. It's not that fucking simple. But AIPAC, if you go after Israel, AIPAC will go, and you have any clout, if you go after Israel, AIPAC will go after you. So.
Sorry, real life is more complicated than one group of people controlling the world.
I'm here to learn.
Please forget everything Hassan told you.
No, it's Morgan. It's Frogan.
Frogan's name is Morgan?
I'm sorry, I had to include that. I just find it really funny. Oh, and Hassan gets pissed at his chat again.
I'm just so fortunate that they're constantly giving me this sage advice that I have not been able to figure out on my own over the fucking 10 years that I've been doing this.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Functional difference if the money you donate is going to a PAC or to the campaign. As long as it helps the candidate, you can use that to influence them. Quid pro quo. It's a clear oversight.
A quid pro quo that does not specify how the favor would be implemented and whether their desired favor ends up contradicting the needs of another entity that donated to the campaign as well. If 10 different groups representing different businesses and people give to someone's campaign and a politician has to negotiate to get a satisfactory outcome for all of them, that's just governing.
So that's what it is. It's just pure corruption. If you're ever wondering, like, why won't politicians advocate for good things? Like things that would be beneficial?
They do. A lot. You just don't think it's...
Yeah. See, that is an interesting point. And I've struggled with this myself. The reason why we've struggled with this, and I think the reason why I definitely struggled with this when I was younger, is because representation, we try, especially in like elementary school education, we try to emphasize that our representatives are technocrats that evaluate policy based off of like holistic function for the entirety of the country, and the bills that they're going to craft are trying to balance every interest possible in order to serve their constituency. And then, of course, when you grow up, it's a lot more biased than that. It's a lot more tribal than that. There's very clearly like the energy lobby, the marijuana lobby. Weirdly enough, prior to the marijuana lobby was very explicit in what they wanted out of both state and federal governments. But then the question is like, okay, so giving money to a campaign to your representative in order for them to implement policy, is that corrupt because you're helping them win? Although the money is also not specifically going into their pocket, but then they benefit from other ways too. It's very messy. But then also, what's the alternative? Because wouldn't the alternative just be like monarchy or dictatorship of the proletariat through a through party dictatorship, one party rule? Would you rather live in state capitalist China where it's one party rule and effectively you have to simp to a crony and nepotistic party in order to get what you want done? Or do you want this relatively open system where people can see the money that you fundraise? They can see your policy proposals posted on your website. They can see who you donate to, when, where, and why. And then they can see whether or not your policy actually gets implemented. So the delineation between like corruption, lobbying, and actual representation, I think, is a lot more gray than we give it credit for. And truth be told, I would need to hear more people argue about it before I just go, oh yeah, this is legitimate representation. Or I go, oh yeah, this is just fucking corruption by another name. I truly do not know where I land on this.
It's good enough even when it's record setting.
A lot of people are just like you. They don't know. They don't know that America has given Israel $380 billion in the last 80 years. Did you know that? $380 billion, Nick.
For what?
Weapons, defense.
Wait, is that my tax money?
Yes. We go to work, we pay our taxes. The government goes, you know where I could use these taxes?
Where?
On Israel's defense, so that it can
like the Iron Dome. What do they give us back besides buying our weapons?
Nothing.
That can't be true.
No, literally.
It is obviously not true. I don't know why I would have to explain why that's not true. Israel provides us intelligence, defense tech, and R&D. Here's some stuff we've gotten thanks to our relationship with Israel. Teva Pharmaceuticals produces almost 10% of all generic...
I am genuinely thankful that Conduit is saying what Israel has actually given us, because I've never really bothered. I just regurgitated the talking points of like, they give us intel in the region, we share R&D and we share military secrets, but I never really had like specifics. So if he actually has specifics, that's going to be a welcome arrow in my quiver.
We've gotten thanks to our relationship with Israel. Teva Pharmaceuticals produces almost 10% of all generic prescriptions in the US. If you take a Jovi for migraines, that's an Israeli drug. Or if you take generic finasteride or minoxidil, that could also be Israeli.
Finasteride I take as well. A lot.
He got him.
A lot of dudes take it. It's like the only FDA approved anti-balding medication.
If you drive a car built by Volkswagen, they supply the Israeli government. Companies like Apple, Google, Intel, and Amazon use Israeli tech.
Yeah, I got the 16 Pro. I got a new Apple. I got the new Air Max Pros too, but I haven't used them yet. And I went and I talked to them about my Apple Watch.
Side note, it's hilarious that this site says an alternative is Samsung, which they clearly didn't Google, or DuckDuckGo, I guess. And if you haven't said I have Hassan derangement syndrome yet, you're about to, because I had to see how far this can go. And since I don't want to post info that could lead to potential harassment, I'll be vague and say that Israel has a connection to the purchasing of Hassan's house. And I don't mean the country of Israel bought it for him, just to get ahead of that speculation. The US gets a lot from its relationship with Israel, and Hassan himself is surrounded by products connected to Israel. I don't know how Hassan can so confidently either lie or display his immense ignorance on a subject he has been talking about nonstop for years at this point. He could learn about what's going on, but he would rather shout Israel into a microphone for 8 hours a day. I hope it's cathartic.
They are a reliable ally in a resource-rich region, so they're an unsinkable aircraft carrier.
Do we give money to other people?
Yeah, we give money to a lot of people, but nothing like Israel.
Not that much.
The only other country that gets as much money or has gotten as much money is Israel's neighbor, Egypt.
Technically true, but since the early 2000s, we've given around about $170 billion to Afghanistan. And since the Ukraine war, we've given about $130 billion of $190 that we've set up for them.
So that Egypt stays stable, currently under basically a military rule, and we keep giving them money so that we can make sure that this the other side of this important logistical choke point is controlled by an ally.
And now we have evidence of what can go wrong when a choke point isn't controlled by an ally.
Stable doesn't mean that they're actually sovereign, though.
Egypt is sovereign. The money we give them does not make them a U.S. vassal state.
We can't let Egypt be a sovereign.
Hold up. Never mind. You already know what I'm going to say. We obviously have large sway over our Middle Eastern and North African parties. Otherwise, we wouldn't invest all the military R&D, shared technology, diplomatic coordination, military coordination, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And but this is where it's play or be played. So once again, my position is between Hassan Piker, which is Hassan just thinks that American imperialism exists, it's just bad. And then Conduit, who says American imperialism doesn't exist because they're a sovereign nation. My middle perspective is, of course, we fucking throw our dick weight around on the international stage to get what we want. It's just that multiple parties can profit from a relationship simultaneously, and that's a very American way of thinking about diplomacy. So just so what is it? Burkina Faso recently they became like ultra-nationalist, threw out all the international speculators. They post silly videos about their military becoming strong, even though it's like 10 guys. And they talk about how they're one of the first countries to manufacture tomato paste without, international consultation. Right? That's silly as shit. If international people came to Burkina Faso and then people in Burkina Faso were making their state's minimum wage, producing tomato paste, and then they were able to increase their tomato paste production by a factor of 100 by having international consultants, and then Burkina Faso citizens were able to be in the working class or the middle class, and the GDP of Burkina Faso went up, which in turn allowed the government of Burkina Faso to have more social services. That's clearly like a win-win-win-win-win scenario, as long as you don't actually have indentured servitude, like slavery. Somebody earlier in chat, I forget who it was, but they were like, Connor loves the international order as long as it allows him to profit from slave labor. And it's like, no, if you look at the Western hegemon over time, yeah, sure, there are terrible worker conditions internationally, but the arc of those terrible worker conditions is as the economies develop and as they develop politically and socially, the worker conditions improve over time due to economic and social improvement. So, no, I don't like slavery, but I think the way that you get better working conditions is firstly through work. You get work first, and then you get improved labor conditions as people get wealthier.
Sovereign nation, because if they were, and if they were to abide by the wishes of their population, they could potentially
Capitalism implies that you exploit lower classes. Am I exploiting you right now? I am arguably simultaneously bourgeois and proletarian right now. I am a contract worker for another institution. And so that institution is paying me a wage, but also you are paying my wages through super chats. Am I exploiting you by working and you guys on occasion take some of your wages that you have got, earned through your work and then you throw your wages my way? Are you being exploited by Cinnamon Toast Crunch when you go to the grocery store? Are you being exploited when you buy a Gatorade? It's very silly to me. Like, I know what you guys are saying, like, the capital class owns the means of production and the workers therefore have to work in the economic institutions. And then as a result, the workers are getting a disproportionate financial benefit compared to the ownership class. And therefore the workers are being exploited. But are you seriously walking around in like America or Western Europe and you're being fucking exploited by consuming fucking DoorDash and all that bullshit? Like that's where, to me, the whole leftist victim mentality that everyone in capitalism is a fucking victim. Whereas my experience with capitalism is you're socioeconomically productive for 40 to 60 hours a week, and then people give you enough money in order to afford consumer goods that are technological miracles compared to what was available during feudalism. It doesn't feel particularly exploitative to me. Grassroots Revive says, fun fact, one of my injection molding machines is in Tel Aviv, the one that makes dildos. Well, that explains some things. We all just ignore it. I don't ignore it. I don't agree with your assessment of it. I don't think Valor Media Network is exploiting me by asking me to be a social cultural commentator. I don't think that the Marine Corps or law enforcement, they did exploit me, but they exploited me on a voluntary basis where I signed a voluntary contract and I had the capacity to leave at any point. I would have suffered some consequences, but I could have left at any point. Every single one of my private sector jobs were voluntary. Like, hey, you come and you labor for me this way, and I will give you this wage. And I said, okay, cool. And then I had an opportunity to choose who I labored for, under what conditions, and for what pay. So I do not agree. Like if we were to achieve, okay, I agree that you could eliminate all exploitation, quote unquote, if we decommodified basic human needs. So if you had food, water, and shelter guaranteed to you no matter what, then technically no one would have to exploit you because you would be able to survive without fear of losing food, water, and shelter. But what you miss from that equation is the fact that in order to get food, water, and shelter guaranteed to all human beings within a country, you need a state that can compel said goods and services, which means that the state will be exploiting whoever is forced to get you food, water, and shelter without cost to you. And then, if the state is powerful enough to do that, it's not going to stop with control of that sector of the economy. It's going to control the entire economy, at which point the state becomes your exploiter. So this whole decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production through the state is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. And then the end state of humanity being a moneyless, stateless, classless society is also the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. And I think the only reason why leftists embrace it is because they assume that, like, equality is the primary principle of humanity and it should be pursued at the cost of all other virtue and vice. Which is such like a dumb, ahistorical, unnuanced, silly fucking way to view the world that it almost feels like it shouldn't even be considered seriously, but vast swaths of the population believe it, which is why we have to contend with it at all times. Anyways, back to it.
Side, Israel is no longer a good country to be in the neighborhood with, and they could maybe even take military action against Israel.
Wow, Hassan does not think highly of Egyptians.
Shake things up quite a bit.
He really does think Israel is the source of all the world's problems.
And that is precisely the reason why we fund a lot of these other countries in the neighborhood to stop them from blocking the Suez Canal, for example.
And why is that canal? Again, treat me like I'm 3. Like
a lot of commerce flows through it.
Like what? Like
this is for international commerce.
okay,
so it's for Europe, for example. It's very important.
Keep in mind, chat. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
This politics stuff, like I said earlier, I only get my politics from this guy and Asman.
You're not an idiot. You're listening to the wrong people.
That's kind of the point. That's why people aggressively try to smear what I'm doing.
I'm getting smeared at the moment.
I like to say they can't tackle the message, so they try to shoot the messenger.
Message is actually extremely easy. The messenger seems to exclusively operate on misconstruing opposing arguments, defaming people, and sicking his audience on people he doesn't like. If you find yourself in the comments of this video thinking, I need to defend Hassan, consider who you think you're helping.
Did you hear about all my divorce stuff, Hassan?
No, I have no.
Did you know I was married?
I did not even know that you were married.
Wait, is this news to you right today?
I mean, I just assume
you're not keeping up with me. I keep up with you.
No, and also I don't want to know, to be fair, and it's probably a good thing that I didn't know anything about what was going on in your life.
He just looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't know anything because I've been too busy working on.
You want a quick rundown?
Shit. No, I feel like it's no, I don't want a quick rundown.
But now Hassan's going to have a couple really telling misspeaks that illuminate how he sees himself in the congressional races he's decided to be a part of.
For the record, we're working on it right now. There's a bunch of, I've gotten a bunch of, helped get a bunch of candidates elected. These Democratic Socialists, people are freaking out about it right now. There's a lot of people in, even on the Democratic Party that are freaking out about it. Because remember the video that I just showed you with corporate PACs and lobbying? Yeah, my candidates don't do that.
So I went to check this, and Hassan is correct. The candidates he backed do not take corporate money according to FEC filings. However, I found something extremely funny that I haven't seen mentioned anywhere. Back in March, the Free Beacon released audio of Abdul El-Sayed saying he wouldn't talk about the Iranian Ayatollah getting killed because it might make people sad. The funny part starts with the fact that El-Sayed hired a law firm, Sandler Rife, and threatened to sue the Free Beacon for the release. The funny part is that in 2024, leaked files revealed that the Israeli government hired Sandler Rife to help them navigate FARA laws. And Sayed isn't the only one who hired them. AOC has them on her FEC filings. So does Ayanna Pressley, and Ilhan Omar, and Brad Lander, and Cori Bush. If you check the American prospect for the labyrinthian maze AIPAC has set up to obfuscate its money funnels, you see where I'm going with this? The PACs they sent money to, according to the American prospect, also hired this law firm. Now, unfortunately, it's time for the boring reality part. This is not a lot of money, relatively speaking, and I don't actually hold it in that high regard because this is a big law firm and they've got a ton of clients across the left-leaning spectrum. This is more amusing to me for the hypocrisy and or the incompetence that all of these people either ignored or didn't find out about this when I found it in a few minutes browsing FEC filings. But the real kicker is that after El-Sayed made his entire campaign a referendum on AIPAC and Israel, if you actually count out the payments, he gave them more money than all of the purported AIPAC shells combined.
That's a big problem for a lot of people who have been in power for multiple decades at this point, who have basically almost exclusively relied on corporate PACs and fundraising.
Hassan, dude, did it just hit me? Are you just going against the machine?
Yes, this is my favorite thing. Hold on.
Release of their personal financial disclosure. What gives?
I love the
Interpersonal says Conduit couldn't define simple words for Pisco for a debate for like an hour, and I'm supposed to think he's smart. No, but if you, number one, public speaking in a contentious environment is different than scripting an essay and doing research and all that kind of stuff. So not everybody enjoys the same level of the gift of gab and the confidence to engage in contentious conversation. But what I would invite you to do, because you're doing something that a lot of people do in this space, which is, this person has this bad take, therefore I can dismiss everything they say. No. Come up with a counter argumentation. I think so far, what he has said is that Hassan Piker is conspiratorial. He centers his politics around Israel. He's supposedly giving his apolitical friend a education on the foundations of politics, rather than talking about, like, where does government come from and what's the, the civilizational evolution from tribal chieftain societies into monarchy and feudalism and post-feudal colonialism and the revolutionaries of the monarchies and the republics and the democracies of the ancient world and the republics and the democracies of the modern world and fascism and communism and mixed economy capitalism and, all that bullshit. Instead of talking about highfalutin fucking concepts that actually affect politics, he's like, hey, bro, did you know Israel bad and America give Israel a ton of money? Like, that's a perfectly rational thing to call out. The fucking saying, did you know Israel bad and America give Israel a ton of money? That's not where you should start in politics, obviously. It's very silly that you would start anyone there because then you don't have the ability. If you don't understand the difference between socialism, communism, fascism, mixed economy, capitalism, liberal democracy, republicanism, direct democracy, and all that kind of shit, on what basis would you be evaluating the actions of states? If you can't come up with like a universalist principled or ideological stance that applies to states when they are well and bad behaved, on what basis would you just go, oh yeah, Israel's bad, but Iran is based? Grassroots says Conduit could have made a lot more direct connection from Hassan to Israel money had he known about my dildo machine earlier. True. And thank you for the chip, King.
What gift?
Mallory McMorrow is supposed to be like a relatively progressive candidate, right? So Jewish Insider is a newspaper that basically runs like propaganda for AIPAC.
Okay.
They are completely independent of each other. Jewish Insider covers a lot of America-Israeli news, so there's overlap.
Where she says, I'm like Nick Fuentes. She says, I'm anti-Semitic. What do you have to say for yourself? Why do you have this guy on? And Abdul goes, look, I don't agree with everything that he said. What are we doing? What is this like cancel culture nonsense?
This is a good time to bring up that a lot of right-wing coded terminology has made it over to the left.
At the time, she was in first place. She just dropped out yesterday.
Shut up.
Her support collapsed.
Because of you.
Not because of me, but because it made her look unserious.
This is the shield of being on a platform ostensibly for kids.
Some big donors probably told her this was a viable line of attack.
For her Senate run, McMorrow specifically rejected outside PAC money. She does not have any major donors like he's implying.
I saw this tweet. Have all politicians in the past been scamming us because this guy has done all this in this short period of time or something? It has like 100,000 likes.
Yeah.
Is that really what's going on?
Yeah, pretty much.
It is not. Zoran Mamdani is handsome and charismatic, and that has given his messaging legitimacy to the people who want to see him as a DSA hero. The Universal Child Care Program is a product of the governor. The potholes were filled on the previous administration's budget. The budget he balanced needed a loan from the state and the city's pension fund because he was legally required to balance it.
Dude, I got banned from the country of England.
For what?
For criticizing Israel.
What?
Hassan was not banned from England, and it wasn't the result of him criticizing Israel.
In the past.
Dude, see. Okay, Hassan wasn't banned from the country. His visa for a visit was revoked. Okay. He wasn't banned for criticizing Israel. He was banned for simping for terrorist organizations while criticizing the state of Israel and America. Hassan, yeah, of course Hassan is not going to cover his own bullshit while unnuanced. Hold on, let's read the articles real quick. Let's take a look at the evidence that Conduit. I would not have presented that as a flat rejection so simply.
And from the country of England.
For what?
For criticizing Israel.
What?
Hassan was not.
Okay, let's read this. UK blocks visit by pro-Palestinian U.S. streamer Hassan Piker. In a statement to CNN, the Home Office said it revoked electronic travel authorization for Piker and Uyghur, which permits non-UK citizens to visit the country without a visa for up to 6 months on the grounds that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. Such decisions are based solely on the assessment of potential risk an individual may pose to UK society. Individuals may choose to apply for a visa if they still wish to travel to the UK. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. He could still reapply. He hasn't been permanently banned. I think that's the nuance that we wanted to talk about. UK confirms Hassan Piker and Young Turks founder are banned from entry. The Home Office Newsweek that Piker and Uyghur can apply for a visa that non-exempt. Yeah. But why is Cenk Uyghur banned? Cenk Uyghur hasn't said half the antagonistic shit that Hassan. I think Cenk Uyghur, while probably doing a bunch of America bad left-wing politics, I don't think he's ever simped for Hamas, ever simped for Hezbollah, ever simped for the Houthi pirates, ever said 10 toes down like America deserved fucking 9/11 or whatever. Never said 10 toes down the Red Sea crisis was fucking justified. He might like nibble around those politics, but those are perfectly within the American context of freedom of speech, of freedom of conscience, those are perfectly like okay positions. So what the fuck, you know? And also, weren't we bitching a decade ago when Lauren Southern wasn't allowed into fucking countries for being like an edgy fucking spicy ethno-nationalist? Like she never explicitly came out and said, I'm an ethno-nationalist. I think Northern European whites should segregate amongst ourselves and we should mass deport all the browns and the blacks from our societies because we're incompatible culturally. But you could easily infer that line of argumentation from her content, and you could easily infer that from her associates. Got you. Targan says Cenk simped for the Palestinian Action Organization that burned RAF planes. I could see how that would result in the ban. I could see how that would result. Okay. Anyways, all I'm trying to say is that I think that Conduit flatly rejects things, whereas I think oftentimes there's a little bit more nuance than he's doing. Somebody brought this up earlier, saying that like Egypt is a totally sovereign nation and not beholden to American like diplomatic and military pressure. I think is like silly. And I think even if I ask Conduit, that he would probably say that's not what he's saying. Like, if I had to guess, what Conduit is trying to say is that Egypt is a sovereign nation. The United States government doesn't literally have a CIA officer with a pistol pointing it at the back of the head of their president saying, do what the United States wants or we're going to kill you and kill your entire family. I think, and then he probably views American military and diplomatic pressure on Egypt as just like the way geopolitics is played. And it's not definitionally imperialism from a colonial imperial definition. If I had to guess.
Banned from England, and it wasn't the result of him criticizing Israel.
In the past, before the Cuban Revolution happened, they were basically like a colonial outpost. We had a bunch of mobsters that owned huge assets on the island. So then there was a Cuban Revolution that happened where the people fought back against this oppressive government. They overthrew the government and the people were now in charge. The Cuban people were now in charge and they put forward a lot of reforms. They took back all this land and they gave it to the peasants. They gave it to the farmers. It was initially an agrarian revolution. It was a national revolution, but then it became a socialist revolution afterwards.
Sure. It would be about 2 years before Castro reversed course and forcibly expropriated all the non-subsistence level farms that he had given to his people. Agree or disagree with the methods used, but the problem wasn't the socialism. It was the authoritarianism. This would also begin the decades-long process of hundreds of thousands of Cubans fleeing to the United States.
And America obviously hates social. They were like, that's unacceptable because Cuba is 90 miles off of our coastline. If they actually have a successful revolution 90 miles off of our coastline, Americans are going to get the wrong idea.
Yeah, it would have radiated across the ocean because of the nuclear bombs. The nuclear bombs that were sent to Cuba by the Soviet Union. That was the issue, that they were willing to...
Listen, I'm all for simping for American imperialism in reference to like the fucking nuclear or whatever. But to pretend that we haven't had like an economic embargo on them, to pretend that we didn't try to overthrow them during the Bay of Pigs, to pretend that the United States wasn't actively hostile to socialism and communism during the Cold War. Once again, I don't think that that's necessarily what Conduit is saying is like, you know, oh, America never had any problems with socialism. But I think that could be easily inferred from the statement, it wasn't the socialism, it was the nuclear bombs. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, we were quite clearly hostile to socialism the entirety of the existence of the Soviet Union. We're still hostile to socialism. We're still hostile to communism. There's just a rehabilitation of the word within America because we're too dumb to understand definitions, or we don't study definitions. So, sorry, we're lacking some nuance here, Conduit.
To host Soviet nuclear missiles. There was a whole crisis about it.
That went a long time ago. I took a picture of you in a suit and I sent it to her. Remember what her response was?
I don't remember.
My mom responded to me, I bet you his mother's proud of him. So she is more proud of you, Hassan, than she is of me.
Okay, next gun. Where were we?
It's a real accusation, but they are really using it.
Oh, yeah.
It's fair because it's a real fucking accusation. This level of immediate coverage to be like, see, everyone's doing it. He needs to leave immediately, which I agree with, but also at the same time, it's like kind of strange. Why the fuck would you focus on me on this issue?
Remember that thing you said to Nick?
I've gotten a bunch of helped get a bunch of candidates elected. Because remember the video that I just showed you with corporate PACs?
Yeah.
Yeah, my candidates don't do that.
Congratulations. This is what happens when you take credit for a movement.
We have to ask ourselves, why is our enemy writing this? Like, why do they care about the internal machinations of a Senate run?
Because it's a fucking Senate run, man.
Come on!
On the one hand, it's
okay. All right. What I'm going to shout out, even though our numbers went up and we got quite a few donations today, I do want to go pick up my kids. It is the weekend. I normally leave around noon to 1 to 2, depending on when Dan Pace is available for Valley Reacts. And I want to go hug my boys. I love my boys. So what I strongly recommend is I'm going to link Conduit's premiere right now. I think it's either still going on or it should be wrapping up. We are currently at timestamp minus 54:46. So if you want to join his chat during his premiere, watch his video, and throw elbows with fellow coggers and or fight, Conduit is a friend of the channel. I think he's a good egg. We don't agree on everything, but, you know, it is what it is. But I think I'm going to thank everybody who donated, and then I'm going to go grab my children's, and we are going to have a weekend. So, Grassroots, Sapient, Anonymous Chatter, Nameless Henchman, Old School, Anonymous, Solidus, Fashion 40, Fashion 40, Fashion 40, Fashion 40, and Fashion 40 with the renewal at 10 months. Thank you. Well, QC John with the $20. Old School, Fell Runner, and Dumpster Buzzard. Thank you, kings and queens, for your viewership and for your financial support. Did you listen to the Pisco Conduit call? No. How old is it? Because if it was an entertaining debate, I wouldn't mind watching an entertaining debate between the two of them. However, I do remember Pisco shredding a Kyle Kalinske Conduit video where he was saying that Conduit needed to take positive political prescriptions in the video, which I don't think is necessary. You don't have to take positive political prescriptions in a video. But if you're going to do a live stream, you should expect to be challenged on your positive political prescriptions if you're cynical or critical of other people. Andy B says, September 28, 2022, reception for the Democratic Governors Association. I don't know what you're talking about. Have a good weekend. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you, Randy Chang. Appreciate you. Interpersonal, it's pretty bad. Got you. Andy B says, I know it's inconvenient, so you are just pretending to not be able to use Google, but there's the place he said it. Okay. Like less than 36 hours old. Oh, no shit. No shit. Okay. Interesting. Maybe I'll take a look at that if I check Pisco's. If you have a link, Interpersonal, as much as I have not enjoyed your commentary today, I would be interested in taking a look at it and seeing if it's good debate review content. I like Conduit. I kind of like Pisco. I need to catch up with Pisco, so that could absolutely be content. But anyways, I parasocially love you guys. Thank you so much. We still have the True Cog. We still have, around 50 people. The 50 people that still hang out, they are very generous with their time and their eyeballs. And Connor, you should watch the North section at least. Holy fuck, it was good. What, Pisco versus North? What are you talking about? What was it during a Pisco call-in? Is that what you guys are talking about? I remember Pisco saying it was in his streamer title either yesterday or the day before, where he said, "Do not vote for MAGA if you disagree. Call in." And so, did Conduit and North jump in? Because that would be interesting to me. Conduit needs to prove his case, though. Pisco was challenging him on his claims and asking him to prove them. Got you. Oh, the North one is brutal. I'll try to find it, but someone might have it. Yeah, North also was not that great, in my opinion. Okay, yeah, it was a Pisco call-in from 2 nights ago. Yes, it was the call-in show. Okay, cool. Okay. Ooh, Crap says, before you go, give a hot Star Wars Andor take. This is not a hot take at all. People are not going to, like, you might dislike it, but I think I'm right. The dinner episodes, the marriage episodes, where Andor is stuck on a planet, were very poorly paced, in my opinion. Horribly paced, in my opinion. I understand the artistic value that they could serve. So if, let's say that there was a point to Andor getting stuck on a planet with the TIE Interceptor for 2 days or whatever, as rebel factions fought over what to do next and detained him. The point that could be made is that rebel movements are oftentimes made up of normal, everyday people who fuck shit up and are kind of stupid as fuck. That point could have been proven in 20 minutes, and it took 2 fucking episodes. It was horribly paced, in my opinion. Then, the dinner scene, which I did find this compelling, but I also felt like it took forever, where Mon Mothma, her financier, who didn't have all the money, but basically secured her a criminal underworld marriage in order to shore up her finances so she didn't get caught by the Empire as funding rebel movements. That guy ends up saying that he himself is financially compromised, and he resents that Mon Mothma has not been more responsive to him asking for help. But he was also very proud, and so he wasn't asking for help in a direct way. And so as a result, he kind of hints that he might blackmail her. And then Luthen Rael overhears this drama and then decides to assassinate him. It was good, and it was like really highly tensioned, but they had like 5 fucking scenes, right? Where like, basically they're building up the tension between him and Mon Mothma over the course of the wedding, but it's like 4 or 5 scenes when realistically 2 would have done. And so, dude, those episodes, while I do think they have like artistic merit, and I do think they're like quite interesting if you fall in love with the characters, I think they were terribly paced. So, yeah, she sold her daughter for the rebellion. Yeah, I know. Isn't that kind of wild? Isn't it wild testing the limits of your belief in a cause and being willing to sell your daughter as a marriage prospect to a criminal gang underboss in order to get the finances necessary to cover up your complicity in the rebellion? So, yeah. Horse God says, I thought the Mon Mothma dinners were great. I love the tension in the dialogue. It was brilliantly written, right? Horse God, I'll give you this concession. If this was reality, that's exactly how it would have gone down, right? You have this old friend, he comes up, he's a little upset, but you're doing the wedding, and the wedding has all this background political bullshit, so you're distracted, so you don't pay attention. The friend approaches you again, you get a little bit further in the conversation. He still seems really upset, but you don't quite have time, so you promise that you're going to talk later. You get to the 3rd conversation, and in the 3rd conversation, you actually realize, like, holy shit, this is kind of fucked up. And then he kind of lets you know how fucked up everything is. And then in the fourth conversation, you kind of have this confrontation where you're like, hey, let me think about this for the second. And then you have the fourth confrontation where he's kind of like, well, hey, you need to help me, but realistically, it might already be too late. And I kind of have blackmail on you, but we're still friends. So let's figure this out. And then you stop trusting your friend as much. That's exactly how it would go down in real life. But I don't know if we needed a literal beat for beat conversation that goes down exactly how it goes down in real life. So it was good. I just felt like it was weirdly paced. The daughter was into the marriage. Does Mon still go through with it if her daughter fought against it? Right. Right, crap. See, and that was interesting too because Mon Mothma hated the Chandrillan weddings because they're political weddings. They're political marriages. They are like not necessarily loveless, but love is not the point of them. They're about power. And so she herself does not even like her Chandrillan marriage with her husband. And so if the daughter had rebelled against the Chandrillan tradition instead of embracing it, what would she have done? And that is very interesting. It's Team Zebo says, thoughts on Westside Tyler? I'll just be real. Westside Tyler and I have had good conversations. I think he's like a little schizo. Like he does like throw some crazy elbows when he's in debates. I think he literally doxed food shops in their conversation where he said her first name and last name over and over and over again. But it is funny kind of seeing like a wild card throw elbows against DGG. So it's mixed. It's mixed. I'm wondering if he's just like a pit bull running around, biting everybody's ankles. But watching people you don't like get their ankles bit by a pit bull is really funny. So the rebels are just a bunch of criminals, so the Empire, Lord Vader, and the Emperor Palpatine were right after all, only once you calculate in the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. After that, their authoritarianism and militarism doesn't seem so bad, but they really did not need to blow up Alderaan. They didn't need to blow up Alderaan. Operation Cinder was cringe. The prison industrial complex in Narkina 5 was kind of fucked up. The emergency laws in order to silence criticism was kind of fucked up. So, like, I will meme that the Empire did nothing wrong, but actually looking at it, the Empire did a few things wrong. So, just in case it was missed, the Ninth Jedi series just released in full. It's from a production IG, and it's really good. I did see a positive review of it recently. Horse God says, fair. I'm a sucker for old classic movies with heavy dialogue, so it was right up my alley. True. And that's where, Horse God, maybe it's something that I will enjoy more with age, because I do think we don't take time to let things build. And having like realistic conversations has been Andor's. I praise it at all other opportunities. So for instance, like the meeting between the ISB, the marketing company, and the guy who was building the Death Star, but he needed to dispossess a planet of people who mine like spider gems and spider silk. That was brilliant. I thought it was so goofy. Like I thought the spiders were so goofy, but the spiders were so Star Wars that I couldn't even hate on it. And then having the meeting between a security division, a marketing company, and a leader of a weapons of mass destruction project was so interesting that I couldn't tear my eyeballs off the screen. I thought it was so weird and cool. So, Tyler is lawful chaotic. True. Did you see that Mao once said that arranged marriages are essentially a parental rape of the children in a roundabout way? No, but that's like Muhammad, stopping female infanticide. Sometimes bad guys do actually good shit. It doesn't take away from the bad shit that they do, but like, literally the Prophet Muhammad ended the practice of female infanticide in the Arabian Peninsula regardless of anything else he did, that is a good development for humanity, right? Horse God for $2 is top war movie from each decade. Ooh. So there's a ton of good World War II ones, but obviously Saving Private Ryan has to be up there. It's like very sentimental and cheesy and corny at some points, but I also think it's really good. There's a ton of really good World War II shit. Band of Brothers, The Pacific. I know those are series, but the Band of Brothers and Pacific are fucking amazing. Korean War, I haven't seen Devotion, but I have to assume Devotion is the best one. For Vietnam, Full Metal Jacket has to be up there. I think Full Metal Jacket is my favorite Vietnam movie. Platoon's obviously great. What's the one? Apocalypse Now is great, but those are ones that take like thematic and artistic licenses with those movies. Or with those eras, but they're great. What's another one? So Cold War. I do like the Hunt for Red October and a lot of like Tom Clancy Cold War military thrillers. I like a lot of that Cold War shit. I'm sure there's some nonfiction that I haven't checked out that's probably amazing for Cold War. For 90s, it's probably got to be Black Hawk Down. Black Hawk Down was fucking amazing for 90s action. 90s action war films. 2000s, is there a lot of war on terror films? Hurt Locker was okay, but obviously with all the technical, cultural mishaps, it ended up being a very silly movie to people who actually used the equipment that they used in the film. Also, I thought his personality was really over the top and kind of goofy and kind of silly. Also, him going out on town in the middle of the night was fucking silly. There was a lot of silly shit with that. Zero Dark 30, obviously, like the Osama bin Laden house raid was fucking sick. What war on terror movies are there? If you did Lone Survivor and you took out the last 20 or 30 minutes, I think Lone Survivor was pretty good. Obviously, Generation Kill was amazing. I don't know. What else do you... What else... What are you guys thinking is the best one? Yeah. Generation Kill. Yeah, but that's like a TV series, not a movie. He was asking for movies. Passive Glory is still the best war movie ever made. Unsurprised. Also, honorable mention for Flags of Our Fathers and the Iwo Jima movie by Clint Eastwood. That movie was fucking sick. I'm rewatching Generation Kill right now. Yeah, it's great. The Battle for Algiers is a masterpiece. Interesting. They are, but they're ahistorical and fucky. True. Black Hawk Down was 2001. True. Grenada's Heartbreak Ridge. Clint Eastwood is great. Yeah, that was a little bit moto. It's cheesy, but Operation Crossbow was fun. Okay. I haven't heard of that. Most war on terror movies are shit, and I think it coincides with the start of the war itself being a bad premise to begin with. Yeah. Team America World Police is the best war movie of the 2000s. That and Michael Bay Transformers movies, okay? Michael Bay Transformers movies and Team America World Police. Battle LA was good in that the action was really good from the infantry's perspective, but I didn't feel like we got enough from the aliens. The aliens were just weird as shit. You know? They were just weird. They were like cybernetic, half biological. In the first half of the movie, they're really hard to kill with small arms fire. In the second half of the movie, they're easier to kill with small arms fire. Lasering the mothership so they could take out the mothership was okay. I wanted more close air support, that's for sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to run. I'm going to go pick up the kids. I parasocially love you guys. Thank you so much. I know we took a hit for the drama, but I appreciate the 50 approximately people who are the true cog who hung out, and I do appreciate the True Cog's financial generosity, and the fact that I get to continue to do this as a job is great. Thank you so much. Where do the Battlefield LA aliens land on the genocide list? Well, they're trying to genocide us, so you can genocide the fuck out of them. If any alien race tries to fucking genocide us, we can wipe them out. So yeah, land sharks are on the genocide list for sure. Yeah. All right. Cool.